there, Dancer," she said. "He'll need you in the coming days." Han blinked at her. "What do you—" She shook her head. "You'll see," she said, turning away, dismissing him, and sitting down at her loom as if it weren't a feast day. And still, Dancer didn't come. "Do you want me to go look for him?" Han asked, unable to stand the suspense any longer and wanting to do something useful. "He will come," Willow said, throwing her shuttle and catching it. "He has no choice." The feast began in late afternoon, the long tables groaning with platters and bowls, dogs circulating hopefully underneath. Han wasn't as hungry as he thought he'd be, eating on his own. His friends were all sequestered, preparing to cross into the future. Finally, at the last possible moment, Dancer slipped back into camp, looking haggard and dirty, like he'd slept for 3 days on the ground. Willow silently handed him a basin, and he sluiced water over his head and face, scrubbing away the grime with a towel. He then dressed for the ceremony with quick, fierce movements, making no comment on his new clothes. Han opened his mouth, but his voice died in his throat. He was angry with Dancer for acting this way, jealous of his friend's place in the world and the ceremony that would confirm it. Whatever vocation had been chosen for him, he needed to accept it. Han wished someone would tell him what to do with the rest of his life. And then it was time to go. The torches were already lit as they made their way along the path to the outdoor temple, even though the light would linger far into the night on this longest of days. A soft breeze kissed Han's skin, carrying the scent of night lilies and the promise of the brief upland summer. Dancer left them when they reached the temple, circling around to join the others in the Acolyte Lodge. Willow split off too, to join the elders at the front of the temple. The grown-ups wore the ceremonial garb of their chosen vocations, a flower garden of colors. Han, feeling foolish, sat on the ground with the younger children, folding his long legs up out of the way. The ceremony began with speeches from the elders of both camps. Han recognized Averil Lightfoot and resisted the urge to fade back into the woods. He'd last seen the traitor during the disaster at Southbridge Temple, when he'd kidnapped Rebecca and escaped into Ragmarket. It's all right, Han told himself. The traitor hadn't recognized him then, and by now the red-brown dye had nearly washed out of his hair. Who would expect to find a Ragmarket street lord at the Marisa Pines naming ceremony? Sinestra Elena, matriarch of Demon Eye Camp, told the familiar story of how the clans were carved from spirit stone, and the breath of the Maker brought them to life, and how, to this day, the queens of the fells returned to the spirits at the end of life, each claiming a peak as her final dwelling place. Han found himself relaxing, the cadence of the familiar old stories soothing him as it always did. Why couldn't real life be that orderly? Instead, it was a tangled fish line with knots and connections you couldn't see. For instance, Averil was the consort to the Queen of the Fells, the father of the Princess Heir. Han couldn't help but think it strange, this linkage between those glittering Vale folk who lived within the frowning walls of Fellsmarch Castle and the members of the upland clans, whose camp seemed like an extension of the landscape, who walked so gently on the land. It was time for the first of the Summerborn to be introduced by their sponsors. Ironhammer, a blacksmith, came forward, followed by a tall, broad-shouldered girl in a leather vest and leggings, decorated by horses and flames burned into the leather. She must be Demon Eye, Han thought, since I don't know her. "Who do you bring before us, Hammer?" Averil asked. Hammer cleared his throat. "The girl, Laurel Blossom, came to me, saying she dreams of metal and flame. She has been examined, and it is a true calling. I have agreed to be her sponsor. She has meditated on her name. I present to you Flame Shaper," and he grinned broadly, as if it were his own daughter he was presenting. And so it continued. An apprentice basket-maker was named Oak-weaver, a would-be storyteller was named Tail-spinner, a jewelry-maker became Silver-bird. Now 2 demon-eye warriors came forward, a man and a woman, heads high, knives at their belts, bows slung over their shoulders, silver demon-eye emblems hanging from chains around their necks. They were clad in the green and brown leggings and shirts that made them invisible in the forest. Anyone who went up against wizards had to have a bit of magic of their own. Excited whispers rustled through the temple. The demon-eye didn't often sponsor a named warrior.
"Who is that?"
someone behind him whispered.
"Reed and Shiloh Demon-eye,"
someone whispered back. All of the demon-eye warriors took the surname Demon-eye.
"So that's Reed Nightwalker,"
Han thought. The tall, muscular warrior was only a year or 2 older than Han, but he was already famous, or as famous as a warrior can be during peacetime. Shiloh was smaller, with a bulkier build, but there was a resemblance among all the demon-eye, a kind of shared veneer of arrogance. "We have received a petition," Shiloh said, as if the warriors required no introduction. "We have accepted it," she went on, as if the assembly deserved no explanation of demon-eye warrior ways. The 2 warriors turned, looking into the forest. Bird emerged from the trees, eyes downcast, as befitted one humbled by such a great honor, yet the lightness of her step told Han she was practically floating. She was already dressed in demon-eye green and brown, and her unconscious grace matched theirs. She came forward until she stood just in front of the warriors. Her sponsors didn't bother to speak of her history.
"We accept this girl, Digging Bird," Reed said, "a demon-eye warrior candidate, under our sponsorship. If she is successful, she will receive a new name and the demon-eye amulet before next solstice."
What if she isn't? Han thought, feeling a little resentful. What happens then? And what does she have to do to be successful? Reed Demon-Eye presented Bird with a bow, a quiver of arrows, and a knife with the Demon-Eye emblem engraved into the hilt. She slid the knife into a sheath at her belt and stood, cradling the other weapons in her arms, then raised her head and looked around the circle. She allowed herself a brilliant smile, that familiar curl falling down over her forehead. She's happy, Han told himself. It's what she wants. Which made him think of Dancer. All of the other Summer-borns had come forward. Willow was conversing with Averil and Elena, their heads close together. Everyone looked solemn and grave.
"There is one final Summer-born to name," Averil said. "I call forward Fire Dancer, also known as Hayden, son of Willow, matriarch of Marisa Pines."
After a moment's breathless pause, Dancer emerged from the woods and walked forward, all alone, his beautiful jacket reflecting the light of the torches. His face bore the stony expression that was becoming familiar. Where is his sponsor? Han wondered, peering into the surrounding forest and seeing no one. Then Willow stepped forward and stood beside her son. Dancer glared at her, but didn't move away. Now Sinestra Elena Demon-Eye stepped forward, mother of them all. The firelight deepened the lines on her face, the map of her long life. Her eyes were like woodland pools, reflecting the common memory. Her voice assumed the cadence of the storyteller.
"I will tell you a story about a girl born and raised at Marisa Pines."
Typical clan, Han thought. The relevance of a story wasn't always clear until the end. And sometimes it was just a story that needed telling and had nothing to do with the situation at hand. For Dancer's sake, he hoped that wasn't the case this time.
"This girl's name was Watersong, and the magic was strong in her," Elena went on.
Some of the elders in attendance exchanged significant glances. This story was known to some, at least. She was so beautiful that young men came from all over the 7 realms to see her, hoping to catch her eye. And when the time grew close for her to choose her vocation, everyone paid attention, because she was good at everything. She had no lack of possible sponsors. What's this all about? Han wondered. Isn't it bad enough that Dancer has no sponsors? Why bring this up now? Not long before Watersong's naming ceremony, she was out walking in the woods one morning when she encountered a young man, a handsome stranger, someone who was not clan, someone who should not have been there. She paused for effect, then went on. The young man wore an elaborate ring on his finger, studded with emeralds. He asked Watersong if she would like to try it on. The word no rippled through the temple. The storyteller, Elena Demon Eye, held them in the palm of her hand. Except Han, who was distracted by Dancer's misery and the pain in Willow's face. She put on the ring and fell into a dream, Elena said. When she awoke, she was alone in the woods. It was nighttime, and she was shivering with fear and cold. The young man had disappeared, and so had the ring. Watersong went back to camp, and soon after discovered she was with child. Watersong was big with child when she attended her naming ceremony. Because the magic was strong in her, she was apprenticed to Elena Demon Eye, matriarch of Demon Eye Lodge. She was renamed Willow Song, and called Willow. Elena paused and looked around, and everyone knew what she would say next. Willow Song had a boy child, and they called him Fire Dancer. You see him before you. Han sat stunned, looking from Willow to Dancer and back to Elena. So this was the story that had gone untold about Dancer's missing father. The Dancer's father must have been a wizard. Dancer inherited much from his mother, Elena said, smiling sadly at Dancer. He is a beloved child of Marisa Pines. He has many gifts, and would have no lack of sponsors in choosing a vocation. But he has inherited gifts from his father as well, and so must follow his own path. Dancer has chosen a vocation none of us can sponsor. Bird had apparently reached her limit for silence. "What are you saying?" she demanded, looking from Elena to Averill to Willow. "What have you chosen, Dancer?" "It wasn't a choice," Dancer said, barely audible. Comprehension dawned on Reed Demon Eye's face. "He's a jinx-flinger," he said, groping for his knife. "Here!" Then everyone was talking at once, like a clamor of crows in a cornfield. Willow stepped between Reed and Dancer, but spoke to the entire assembly, her voice clear and steady, and nearly loud enough to rise above it all. "Although we cannot sponsor him here, we have arranged for Dancer's training. He will go to Odin's Ford, to the Charmcaster Academy there, and learn to harness the magic he's inherited." Han's head spun as scenes and images came back to him. Dancer's moodiness over the past months, the conversation Han overheard in the Matriarch Lodge when he'd wondered if Dancer might be ill. But no, he'd taken Rowan, meant to protect against sorcery. Dancer had been trying to damp down the magic. Willow would have bent all her skill to that task, and if she couldn't do it, no one could. He'd seen Willow and Dancer in Fellsmarch when she'd healed him at Southbridge Temple. Maybe they were consulting the temple healers, or maybe they were there to make arrangements for Odin's Ford. Han studied his friend for any telltale signs of wizardry. Dancer looked the same as always, except for being desperately unhappy. There were the blue eyes, which must be a gift from his father, so incongruous against his dark skin and hair.
"You're going to train up another wizard?"
Reed spoke contemptuously.
"When there are far too many already?"
Elena stood her ground.
"We are going to give Fire Dancer what he needs to control the gift he's been given." "That's not a gift," Reed said. "It's a curse, and the world would be better off with one less wizard in it."
Shiloh nodded, regarding Dancer as if he were a viper she'd found under the porch.
"He can't stay in the spirits. The naming forbids it. You know that." "The boy has stayed here this long," Averill said sharply. "He can stay until he leaves for Odin's Ford."
Han processed this in fits and starts, seemingly a few steps behind the others. Dancer was leaving? No, he was being exiled, evicted like a tenant from a slumlord flat. He remembered the meeting with Micah Bayar and his friends on Hanalea, when Dancer had confronted the young wizards with this very rule. Wizards weren't allowed in the Spirit Mountains. But Dancer, couldn't an exception be made? He belonged here. This was his home. Han stood, meaning to say as much, even though he had no right, since he was only a guest himself. But Willow caught his eye and shook her head. Confused, Han sat down again. Did Willow really mean to let this happen? Would she allow her son to be sent south to live among strangers? Elena faced Dancer, thrusting her hand into a pouch she wore at her waist. She pulled out something glittering, which she dangled in front of Dancer. It was an amulet, carved from a translucent caramel-colored stone, a glowing figure of a clan dancer ringed by flame. Dancer stared at it with a terrible fascination, as if it were a poison he was required to take.
"Fire Dancer," Elena said gently, "we in the clans have long been the makers of the tools of high magic, even though we are unable to use them ourselves. For hundreds of years we have been in an uneasy truce with those who can use them. When these gifts are abused, we control access to them. Each mistrusts the other, but each depends upon the other. The Maker, in her wisdom, has decreed that her gifts be distributed thus, to protect us all."
She slid the chain over Dancer's head so the amulet rested on his chest. He stood stiffly, hands clenched at his sides, as if moving might set it off. A long moment passed, and the amulet began to glow. In answer, something kindled under Dancer's skin, an incandescence that hadn't been apparent before.
"You are a summer born, a child of this camp, and so we bestow this gift directly on you, the amulet that you will take to Odin's Ford."
Elena shrugged her narrow shoulders.
"Still, we hope you will remember where you came from. Perhaps you will be the one who brings wizard and clan together."
The hatred on Reed's face said that would never happen.
"You should hold the amulet until the Jinxslinger leaves Hanalea," he said. "Else it isn't safe."
"The elders have spoken, Reed Nightwalker,"
Averill said.
"Fire Dancer has no sponsor. The amulet will be the connection between us. It is all we can offer him now."
"You needn't worry," Dancer said. "I've no desire to use anything left to me by my father, and I'll be gone before you know it."
With that, he ripped off the jacket Willow had made for him and flung it into the fire. Then he stalked off into the woods, leaving silence behind him. Chapter 20. Willow and Bird. The backwash from the naming ceremony persisted for several days. Dancer disappeared again, and Han spent fruitless hours searching the woods surrounding Marisa Pines, visiting all their familiar haunts. When he did find him 2 days' walk away in a hunter's shelter on the shores of Ghost Lake, Dancer wasn't fishing, or hunting, or reading. Just sitting, staring out at the lake. Dancer had little to say to Han's suggestions. He seemed to feel he'd exhausted all possibilities.
"We could go down to the temple in Fellsmarch," Han said. "The speakers know all sorts of things. Maybe they could help."
"We've been to see Jimson," Dancer said.
He picked up a rock and sent it skimming over the water.
"He tried some things, but none worked."
Dancer glanced over at Han.
"Besides, didn't you say you're a wanted man down in Fellsmarch?"
Well, yes, there was that.
"What about one of the other camps? Maybe there's a healer there who would have a new idea."
"My mother's the best. You know that.
And Elena knows the other matriarchs. She's always traveling. If there was something else to try, she would know about it." "If you don't have an amulet, mightn't it just stay dormant?"
Dancer didn't honor that with an answer. Han felt compelled to offer increasingly desperate plans.
"We could go to the Northern Isles. That's where wizards come from, right?"
"You think that's better than going to Odin's Ford?"
Dancer asked.
"Sailing across the Indio to some place I've never been to find the people that invaded us centuries ago?" You could talk to the Wizard Council. You could try to find your father."
"The only reason I would look for my father is if I decide to kill him,"
Dancer said, his blue eyes hard as topaz. Stunned into silence, Han didn't say anything for a long time. He'd never seen Dancer so bitter. Dancer was the one who always saw the good in people, who was always the peacemaker.
"I'll go with you,"
Han said finally.
"To Odin's Ford, I mean."
"And do what?"
"I'll go to the warrior school at Wheon House."
Dancer looked him up and down and actually grinned.
"You? In the army? It's all about rules. You wouldn't last a week. You'd be asking why all the time. You'd be better off going into temple orders."
"It could work,"
Han persisted. The more he talked about it, the better he liked it.
"All the armies are eager to take on Wheon House graduates. I could find one that I fit in with."
"How would you pay for that?"
Dancer asked.
"You don't have any money."
"How are you paying for Mistwork House?" Han countered.
"The camps are sponsoring me, over the Demon Eye Warrior's objection. It's one way to get me to go away."
"What's the Demon Eye's problem?"
Han asked. Dancer shrugged.
"Ask them. But you're not a soldier. I'm not sure what you are, but you're not that."
When Han arrived back at camp, he told Willow where Dancer was, making it clear that Dancer was frustrated.
"It's all right, Hansalone,"
she said, looking up from her dye pot. She was stirring a cauldron full of bright blue yarn over the fire in front of the matriarch lodge.
"Leave him be. Dancer needs some time alone. Hannaleah soothes him."
"What's he going to do when he has to leave? What's going to soothe him then?"
Han was angry with Willow, like this was all her fault. "He will find his way. He has to,"
Willow said simply.
"How long have you known about this?"
Han demanded.
"That Dancer is a jinx-flinger?"
Willow blotted her sweaty forehead with her forearm.
"I knew it was a possibility from the beginning, but wizards don't manifest until they're older, and I had hopes it wouldn't happen. I began to see the signs 3 years ago, and finally he noticed too, and came to me."
"There has to be something you can do."
After all, Willow was a gifted healer. Couldn't she heal her own son? It was like she read his mind.
"Wizardry is a gift, not an affliction. It's not amenable to healing. I tried Rowan, of course, and certain talismans."
Her voice trailed off, and she looked down at her blue-spotted apron.
"I should have acted sooner, when he was just a baby. Sometimes wizardry can be held at bay if the intervention is early enough. Otherwise, it's like a cancer that spreads until you can't cut it away without killing the host."
Right, Han thought. It's a gift, like a cancer. Willow seemed as confused as everyone else. Maybe now was the time to press his suit. He felt nervous. Willow had turned him down before, but surely she'd see the sense of what he suggested.
"I've been thinking," he said. "I need a trade, and I can't go back to Fellsmarch any time soon. I could go to Odin's Ford with Dancer and enroll in the Warriors Academy. We'd be in different schools, but I bet we could see each other anyway, and we could travel back and forth together. It would be safer for both of us."
Willow was already shaking her head.
"You're no warrior, Hans alone," she said dismissively. "It's my choice," he said. "I'm nearly grown. If I was clan, I'd already be named."
"Why are you asking me, then?" Willow asked, sitting back on her heels.
"I'll need money to enroll. I asked Jemson about it, and it costs at least 20 girlies a year, plus board. That's not counting travel money."
Willow studied him.
"Are you asking me for money?
So you can throw your life away fighting in the Flatlander War?" This wasn't going well. Han extended his wrists toward her.
"I can pay my own way. I just need you to take these off," he said. "I know traders who'd pay good money for thick silver like this. They should bring more than enough to keep me on the way south, plus get me enrolled once I'm there." "No," she said. "I've told you already. I can't do that."
"Willow, I have nowhere to go," he persisted, perilously close to begging.
"I need to make a living somehow, and I can't go back to Fellsmarch. There's nothing for me here. Dancer's going to Odin's Ford, and Bird is going to Demon Eye. Everyone else I know is apprenticed. Nothing's going to be the same."
"There are trades you can learn here at Marisa Pines," Willow said. "You're already good at plants and potions. I'll take you on, if no one else will."
"I can't hide out up here all my life," Han said,
thinking there was little adventure in doing what he'd been doing all along, only less.
"You're not a warrior, Hansalone,"
Willow said flatly, "and no amount of money will make you one." She tossed down her stirring stick and swept into the matriarch lodge. Han spent the next several days sulking. The continuing presence of the guests from Demon Eye were as irksome as a pebble in his boot. It was like having house guests in the middle of a family fight. You just wanted them gone so you could speak your mind. Not that he was exactly family, as he kept reminding himself. The Demon Eye warriors in particular frayed his temper. Bird spent all her time with them, of course, all solemn-faced, hanging on Reed Demon Eye's every word. That was another thing. Han was disappointed in Bird. She could have defended Dancer when Reed Demon Eye attacked him. Just like Han could have defended him, too, no matter what Willow said. The Demon Eye warriors fell silent when Dancer passed by, and left the fire circle when he joined it. They watched him constantly, like he was a mad dog or a venomous spider. Han couldn't help worrying that the Demon Eye warriors might go after Dancer if they caught him on his own, so he became a self-appointed spy, lingering near their fire, watching their comings and goings from camp, and listening in on their conversations. Until one day he was slipping through the forest, following Reed Demon Eye, probably to the privy, when Bird stepped into his path. She was dressed in her Demon Eye clothing, and she seemed to materialize out of shadow and sunlight.
"What do you think you're doing?" she hissed.
"Doing?" He shrugged.
"What does it look like I'm doing?" "You're playing a dangerous game, is what. Do you think they don't notice? They're Demon Eye warriors," she said, as if he hadn't noticed.
He gave her a so-what look.
"I've been walking in these woods all my life," he said. "If it makes them jumpy, they should leave." "It's only fair to warn you, Reed's patience is wearing thin. He's about ready to cut your throat."
"He can try," Han said, affecting indifference, though his heart beat faster. A confrontation with Reed Demon Eye seemed appealing.
"You don't understand," Bird persisted. "They've trained for this all their lives. They're dangerous." "Really? Well, I'm dangerous too."
He felt like he was bragging in the schoolyard, but he couldn't help himself. "Looks to me like they're all bristle and no brains." "Shh!" Bird glanced around. Reed might be behind a nearby tree, listening. "Come on." Moving with her usual cat-like grace, she led him off the trail, down into a small ravine, to a place where two slabs of rock had slid together, forming a small cave-like shelter. Maiden's Kiss and Columbine cascaded from the crevices, and a small stream tumbled along the floor of the canyon. "Sit," she said, waving him to a flat rock. He sat, and she sat across from him. "I've tried to talk to Dancer," she said, "and he won't speak to me." "Do you blame him?" Han asked, and then, after a pause, "I can't believe you'd want to be in a group that would treat your friend that way." There, he'd said it. Bird bit her lip and stared down at her clasped hands. It's nothing personal," she said, "but that's why the demon eye exists, to fight wizards, and the presence of any wizard on Hanalea is sacrilege." "We're talking about Dancer," Han said, thinking of how Dancer had challenged Bayar and his friends. "He was born here. He belongs here." "I know." She swallowed hard. "But think about when the Jinxflingers invaded the Fells. They were ruthless. They put Litlings to the sword. They captured our queen and forced her into marriage. They evicted the priests from the temples and launched a reign of terror. But the clans held the spirits, and they were our sanctuary. If not for that, we would have been eradicated as a people." It was a pretty speech. Han wondered if it came from Reed Demon Eye. He imagined them sitting hip to hip by the fire, Bird looking into his eyes, spellbound. He blinked the image away. "That was a long time ago," he said. "I'm not sweet on wizards either, but—" "That was a long time ago, but these are dangerous times," Bird said. "We have a weak queen. The power of wizards is growing. We in the clan feel less welcome in the Vale. We wield less influence at court." "Averil Demon Eye is consort to the queen," Han said, "and father to the princess heir. That sounds influential to me." "Appearances can be deceiving," Bird said. "Reed says it's more important than ever to maintain the traditional boundaries against wizards. And I'm not really interested in what Reed says," Han thought. "So what's the plan?" he asked. "Will you be going back to Demon Eye with them, or what?" Bird nodded. "We leave soon. It's just, Reed doesn't want to leave while Dancer's still here." "Well, they won't have to worry about him much longer, will they?" Han said, his own guilt driving the knife home. "Once he leaves, we may never see him again." Bird raked her curls off her sweaty forehead. Do you think it's a good idea, Dancer going to Odin's Ford, training as a wizard?" Han stared at her. "What choice does he have? You just said, maybe he should just move down into Fellsmarch," Bird said, not meeting his eyes. Han leaned forward. "And do what? He's no Flatlander. The things he's good at have no value in the city. He could learn a trade," she said, "and then we could visit him sometimes." She looked up at him hopefully. "Maybe, without training, the magic would just go away." "You think so? Or is that what Reed says? Do you think Willow would send Dancer away if it was as easy as that?" She shook her head. "No, only the Demon Eyes don't want Dancer to go to Odin's Ford." A great cold fury was growing in Han's middle, spreading into his extremities. "You don't want him here, but you don't want him to go to Odin's Ford. You just want him to disappear, is that it?" "No, I love Dancer. It's just, Reed is worried about training up a wizard who knows the spirits so well, who is privy to clan secrets. What if he comes back
on the wrong side."
She looked at Han appealingly.
"I don't know much about politics,"
Han said, his voice brittle as river ice.
"I just try to get by. But if you ask me, you're treating Fire Dancer like the enemy, and I can't think of a better way to drive him to the other side. You do what you want, but whatever side Dancer's on, I'm there."
That was what he'd been trying to tell Dancer. So he'd know he wasn't alone, that Han would go with him and help him if he could. Han looked up and saw that Bird was crying, tears sliding silently down her cheeks. Han couldn't recall ever seeing that before.
"Hey now,"
he said after a few minutes of this.
"Come on. We've been together forever. We'll work it out." "All I ever wanted was to be a Demon Eye warrior," she whispered. "And now, whatever I do, I'm betraying someone." "You just have to remember who your friends are, is all," Han said. "Maybe you have something to teach the Demon Eyes about loyalty." "I didn't speak up for him at the ceremony," she said, swiping at her nose. "I didn't either." He sat next to her and put an arm around her, and she turned toward him, burrowing her face into his shoulder. He patted her back awkwardly, trying not to notice her chest pressed against his. She smelled of pine and leather and summer in the uplands. Bird raised her head and looked up at him, her lashes wet and clumped together. She slid her arms around his neck, pulling his head down, and suddenly they were kissing like desperate people, like it was the last kiss either one of them would ever get. He lowered her down to the rock, kissing her nose, her eyelids, every part he could reach, and she slid her hands under his shirt, pressing him closer, her hands warm and rough against his back. It was the first thing in a long time that made him happy. Chapter 21. Blood and Roses. The day after the Bayar's party, word came down from the Queen that since Raisa was ill, she was to stay in her room and rest. Raisa wasn't sure whether this was 1. Mariana's genuine concern about her daughter's well-being and desire to have her well recovered in time for her own party, 2. Punishment for being foolish enough to be ensnared by Micah Bayar, or 3. A strategy for building anticipation for Raisa's name-day party to a fever pitch. Raisa sent several messages to her mother, requesting an audience, but Mariana didn't reply. Hadn't Lord Averill told her mother what the Bayars had done? Surely he had. Then why was she being punished? Raisa fumed and fretted, but it did no good. A basket full of cards and invitations graced the table in Raisa's entry hall, but Margaret had her orders and declined them all on the princess's behalf. As word of her purported illness circulated, gifts and flowers flowed in until the mingled fragrances made her half sick for real. A dozen roses arrived each morning from Micah Bayar, a different color every day. When Margaret refused them, they accumulated in the hallway until it looked like a shrine to some forgotten goddess. Soon Raisa was sending them out to all of her ladies-in-waiting and to the healers' halls at the temple. Micah sent her several messages, asking permission to visit, but she didn't reply. Margaret continued to sleep in her room, and a member of the Queen's Guard always seemed to be lingering outside her door. Clearly, the Queen meant to prevent any clandestine trysts or further wizardly intrigue. This prevented any meetings with Aemon as well. Raisa wished she could slip out through the tunnel and climb up to the garden and find him there, pacing the cobblestones or waiting on the bench. She found herself dwelling on him more and more. When she wasn't thinking of Aemon Byrne, she was haunted by Han Alistair. The street lord ambushed her in her dreams, swaggering up the street as he had in Ragmarket, with his quick wit and sardonic smile. She remembered the way he'd pushed her behind him, pressed a knife into her hand, and faced down 6 raggers on her behalf.
If you're going to knife someone, don't think about it so long, he'd said. And now he was dead. Had he hesitated at some critical moment and been lost? Was there something she could have done differently that would have saved him? Was it her job to save him? I need to go to parties, Raisa mused, so I don't think so much. Her only visitors were dressmakers and combers and her chattering ladies-in-waiting, who slept till noon, then spent the early afternoons in Raisa's chambers, going on and on about the parties they'd been to and the dresses they'd worn and planned to wear, before retiring to their chambers to prepare for the evening ahead. It was considered a social coup to host Southern royalty, even if they had fallen on hard times. So, with Raisa unavailable, the Tomlins and Lady Herrisford were swept from dance to dance and dinner to dinner, with scarcely a chance to visit the garter-robe between. Raisa missed Melissa Hackham's name-day party, but Missy came the next afternoon to tell her all about it. Missy was all baggy-eyed and yawning, having stayed out till the wee hours.
"A shame you couldn't have been there. Mother was so disappointed," Missy said. "She kept pairing me up with this dreadful Arno Manhold. Can you imagine? Lady Melissa Manhold? How awkward."
"Who is he?" Raisa asked disinterestedly, to stop the flood of words.
"He's a ship owner from Chalk Cliffs. Well, he's actually from the Northern Isles, and he's at least 50 years old. He does own 10 ships, and he has loads of money and 3 houses, one in Fellsmarch, one in Chalk Cliffs, and an estate along the Dernwater. But he's a tradesman, after all, and he trod on my feet all night, and he only knows 2 old dances."
"What if he owned 4 houses?" Raisa said, "and a hunting lodge in the Hot Fangs? How many dances would he need to know then?" Missy blinked at her, confused.
"Well, I'm sure I don't know. I'm hoping for a Southern match. I mean, Prince Liam is so handsome."
Missy heaved a great sigh and batted her eyelashes.
"And he says such wicked things. He's a wonderful dancer, too, unlike the Cleemaths. How does this sound?"
She struck an elegant pose, tossing back her excessive hair.
"Princess Melissa of Tamron."
"Some people say matters are rather unsettled in Tamron," Raisa said, unable to resist deflating Missy. "They say there's a chance the war in Arden will spread west."
"Some people are tiresome and gloomy,"
Missy said, completely undeflated.
"We could both be princesses. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I might even become queen before you." "Prince Liam has declared himself, then? He's spoken to his father? What wonderful news!"
Raisa said, stooping to cruelty. Now Missy looked flustered.
"Well, of course not. His father is in Tamron, and Prince Liam is here. But no doubt when he returns home—"
Just then, Margaret tapped on the door to Raisa's bedroom, entered, and curtsied.
"Lord Averil Demoneye, royal consort, to see you, your highness."
Margaret always went formal when Raisa had company. Good, Raisa thought. Maybe I'll finally find out what's going on.
"I best go, your highness,"
Missy said, rising and curtsying herself.
"There's a tea this afternoon for Lady Herrisford. I only wish you could come."
She backed from the room under Raisa's scowl as Averil entered. Raisa embraced her father.
"Thank the Maker you're here. I'm going crazy not knowing anything. What's going on? Are the Bayards in trouble?"
Averil took a deep breath and shook his head.
"Well, no, not exactly."
"What?"
Raisa backed away from him.
"What do you mean, not exactly?"
Then she noticed that he was wearing traveling clothes, his trader pouch slung over his shoulder.
"You're going away again,"
she said, her heart sinking.
"Briefly,"
Averil said, with a wry smile. "The Queen has decided I should ride to Chalk Cliffs and speak with the garrison commander about port security. It seems there's a problem with pirates."
"Why you?"
Raisa said.
"And why now? It's the middle of the season, and my party is only 4 days away."
"Why, indeed," he said lightly. "Your mother isn't pleased with me these days, I'm afraid," he said. "But don't worry. I'll be back in plenty of time for your celebration. I wouldn't miss it."
"Why doesn't she send Captain Byrne?" Raisa muttered. "Or General Cleemath?"
"Captain Byrne is coming with me, in fact," Averill said. He paused, as if to let the weight of his words settle.
"She's sending you away while I feel like I'm being held captive," Raisa grumbled, pacing the floor. "I haven't even had a chance to properly meet Prince Liam and Princess Marina. I don't get it. Isn't that what I'm supposed to be doing right now? Going to parties? Meeting prospective suitors?"
"Why do you think she's doing this, Briar-Rose?"
Averill gazed out through the windows over a city without shadows, stark in the noonday sun. Raisa pressed the heel of her hand against her forehead, trying to massage away the headache Missy always left behind.
"Is she blaming me for what happened at the Bayar's party?"
"I told her about the amulet. She should know it wasn't your fault, but she seems angry with me for raising the issue."
"Angry with you? But why?"
Raisa felt stupid. She hated feeling stupid. Averill sighed.
When she confronted Lord Bayard, he explained to Her Majesty that the Jinx pieces are harmless reproductions of old magical pieces, that they gifted you and Micah with matching jewelry to symbolize the long connection between the Queens of the Fells and the Bayard family.
He turned away from the window and looked at her straight on.
Lord Bayard showed the Queen the serpent necklace and ring, which were, indeed, very well-crafted reproductions.
Raisa's hand crept to her neck. A faint welt lingered where the pendant had rested. Was it possible? Could it really have been a matter of too much wine and Micah Bayard's kisses?
"Are you saying you were mistaken?" she said. "That the necklace wasn't really—"
"No." Averill shook his head. "I wasn't mistaken," he said, without a trace of doubt in his voice or expression.
"Why hasn't Mother come to talk to me about it? Why is she asking Lord Bayard instead?"
Averill hesitated, as if debating how much to say.
"Lord Bayard suggested that you and Micah simply got carried away. You violated the rules against Congress between wizards and the Grey Wolf line, and so were looking for an excuse."
Raisa snatched up a bouquet off the mantel and flung it into the fireplace. The porcelain vase shattered, sending chips flying in all directions and scattering lilies and orchids across the hearth.
"Your Highness!"
Margaret exclaimed, poking her head in from her quarters next door.
"Blessed lady!"
she added when she saw the mess.
"Briar-Rose,"
her father said, shaking his head and putting his finger to his lips. Raisa read the message in his eyes.
"Traitor face," he was saying.
It wasn't easy. Raisa was in the mood for breaking things. But she mastered herself and said,
"It's all right, Margaret. It slipped. I'll clean it up later."
Averill waited until the door closed behind Margaret before he went on.
"Mariana has forbidden Micah to see you. He's restricted to Airy House. She's confined you to your room. She seems to believe that's appropriate punishment."
"What is Micah saying?"
Raisa asked glumly.
Averill shrugged. "He's saying nothing at all. That I know of, anyway."
Raisa gestured vaguely at the floral display.
"He's been sending flowers, asking to visit."
"You know your mother doesn't like trouble," Averill said. "She'd rather not know about some things, so she doesn't have to confront them. It may be nothing more than that."
Raisa nodded.
"I even thought maybe she wanted to keep me away from the other parties to, make my party more special," she said. "She seems determined to make it the party of the year."
It sounded foolish now that she was saying it.
"That may be," Averill said, though he didn't sound convinced. "Apparently, Mariana sees no need to show you off before then."
He hesitated, then plowed ahead. "Your mother may worry that I have a clan match in mind for you. There's been talk about you and Reed Demoni."
Reed?
Raisa frowned. She and Reed had shared some kisses, some long walks in the woods, a few dances at clan gatherings.
"I like Reed, but there's been talk of him and every girl at Demoni."
"It didn't help that I supposedly spirited you off to Demoni without telling her," Averill said.
"That's my fault, and I'm sorry,"
Raisa said.
"It was a stupid thing to do, going to Southbridge Temple without an escort. It could have ended much worse."
She'd never have met Han Alister. She wouldn't have to feel bad that he was dead. Averill waved her regrets away.
"You have to take chances, Raisa. What seems safest on its face may not be in the long run.
Your ministry is making a real difference in Southbridge and Ragmarket. Speaker Jemson is working wonders with the money you've provided."
"I've meant to go and visit,"
Raisa said, pacing again.
"But everything is so hard right now. I feel like a prisoner."
Averill fingered the Demoni pendant that hung around his neck.
"Could it be that your mother already has a match in mind for you?"
Raisa stopped pacing and swung around.
"I've told her I don't want to marry any time soon."
Averill shrugged.
"Sometimes monarchs must act on a match, whether the timing is ideal or not. You've heard of child marriages among the nobility, I know, especially in the South. Not that you're a child any longer, Raisa."
Raisa studied her father's face, hoping he was teasing her, but he looked completely serious.
"There's so much I want to do before I get married," she said. "With the war going on, I haven't even had the chance to travel. I'd like to go to Tamron and Wiehenhaven and Arden and see how they do things there. I want to see Odin's Ford. I want to go sailing on the Indio and visit the Northern Isles."
"And get captured by pirates, no doubt."
Averill held up his hand, laughing.
"You are too much like me, daughter. Unable to keep still for very long."
"I take it your mother hasn't mentioned a specific suitor, then?" Raisa shook her head.
"She does seem to be opposed to a southern match, though. She said things were too unsettled, that I might marry someone who'd lose his throne the next week. I said, fine, I have my own throne. I told her we should wait until the war is over and it's all sorted out."
"What did she say to that?"
Averill asked.
"Well,"
Raisa thought back to her conversation with the Queen.
"She seems to be in a hurry. You know how she is. She wants to see me settled."
A cold dread settled under Raisa's breastbone. Did the Queen really intend to marry her off before she'd had a chance to do anything? Who would it be? One of the Cleemaths? John Hackham? About the best that could be said for them was that they'd be easy to manage.
"I'm going to wait until after I'm crowned," Raisa said, "and then I'll marry whoever I like."
She scowled fiercely at her father, and he grinned back, shaking his head. They both knew that was unlikely to happen. Queens married for the good of the realm.
"Just be careful, Briar Rose,"
Averill said.
"You have good instincts. Listen to them."
"I will."
Raisa nodded.
"Well,"
she said shyly, taking his hands,
"I guess this is goodbye for a few days."
"The next time I see you, you'll be officially grown," Averill said, "named heir to the Grey Wolf throne. Breaking hearts all around, no doubt."
"Pursued by every spotty, ambitious lord and second son between 12 and 80,
Raisa replied, shivering. She'd been looking forward to this season in her life, to dancing and flirting and kissing and love poems and notes ferried by trusted friends and secret meetings in the garden. But when it came down to it, who would she have if she had a choice? Micah was intriguing, but she didn't really trust him, even if a marriage to him were possible. No one else came to mind except Eamon, and that would never be either. She looked up to find her father gazing at her sympathetically, as if he could read her mind.
"Save at least one dance for me."
He kissed her on the forehead and was gone. Following the incidents in Southbridge and his lack of success in having Mac Gillen booted from the guard, Eden Byrne had proposed reassigning Eamon to a less treacherous neighborhood where there would be less opportunity for Gillen to take revenge. Eamon had refused the reassignment. Absent a posting to Race's personal guard, which carried its own risks and temptations, there was nowhere else he'd rather be than on the meanest streets of Fellsmarch. So instead of reassigning Eamon, Eden transferred his Odin Ford classmates to Southbridge Guardhouse so he'd have someone to watch his back. One thing was true: Southbridge was a great place to learn. Eamon learned more in 2 months than in a year at Odin's Ford, though, to be fair, it was a different curriculum, to a different purpose. He knew he'd need the theory and strategy and history he'd studied at Wean House as an officer. In Ragmarket and Southbridge, he learned how to defuse a potentially violent situation without drawing his sword. He learned to look into a man's face and predict whether he would run or fight, whether he was lying or telling the truth. He learned how to put a victim at ease so he could get the information he needed to track down a thief. When trouble was brewing, he could smell it in the air. Eamon developed networks of residents who began to trust that he wouldn't betray them if they fed him information about thieves or tipped him off to a gang fight. The other soldiers at Southbridge Guardhouse, the good ones, learned that he wouldn't betray them either, and they began to turn to him for leadership of sorts. All in all, Eamon felt that he was doing some good, despite Mac Gillen. Best of all, his successes were a constant irritant to his sergeant. One night, he and his patrol returned to Southbridge Guardhouse to find his father waiting in the briefing room, maps spread over a long table. It was 2 a.m., and a rumble of snores came from the next room. Jack Barnhouse, the duty officer, was hovering, practically wringing his hands.
"I know Sergeant Gillen would want to speak with you if he was here," Corporal Barnhouse said. "I don't know where he is just now."
"The rest of you give your reports to Corporal Barnhouse and get some sleep," Eden said, waving off Eamon's squadron. "I need to speak with Corporal Byrne in private."
They shuffled off with Barnhouse, looking over their shoulders like they were hoping Captain Byrne would relent and they'd be asked to stay.
"Sit."
Eamon's father gestured to a chair.
"At ease."
The captain's face was etched with lines of weariness, and Eamon felt a twinge of worry. Eamon sat, resting his hands on the table.
"What is it, Dawn?"
"I need to ask a favor."
"Anything."
"I know you, prefer your posting here in Southbridge."
Here a trace of a smile came and went.
"But I need you and your triple to come back to the castle close and serve as personal guard to the Princess Heir."
Eamon frowned, confused, then looked around to make sure no one could overhear.
But I thought you said it was best if I kept my distance since the complaint from the Bayards, that people would talk."
His father studied Eamon's face for a long moment, then said,
"People will talk. That is a risk, but greater risk has come up, so I'll deal with this one."
"What do you mean?"
"Queen Mariana is sending Averil Demoni and me to Chalk Cliffs to look into reports of pirates," Eden said. "Tomorrow."
Eamon still didn't understand.
"What does that have to do with the Princess Heir?"
"I have a bad feeling about it, that's all,"
his father growled, raking a hand through his salt and pepper hair. Then, after a long pause, he added, as if the words were difficult to say,
"My connection with the Queen has been muddied. Usually I can predict what she'll do, guess what she's thinking, but lately, I don't know. Something's changed. I almost feel as though she wants to get us out of the way."
"Why would she want to do that?"
Eamon felt stupid, asking question after question, but he'd figured he'd rather know than take a guess.
And if she does, I mean, she is the queen and all.
Eden pressed the heel of his hand against his forehead as if it hurt.
I'm just not sure she's making good decisions. She may have good reasons for doing what she's doing. I just don't understand them. But I'm going to do what I need to protect the line. And if I'm wrong, then...
He shrugged.
Well then, you sent my triple to bed.
Eamon rose to his feet.
Shall I wake them and tell them to get ready to leave?
His father shook his head.
There's something else. Something important.
He waved him back to his seat. Eamon sat down again, waiting, smothering a yawn. He'd do whatever his captain, his father, wanted him to do. That was a given. So why couldn't they all get some sleep? His father cleared his throat.
In the clan, as you know, there is a naming ceremony in which the young are confirmed in their vocation. Among the gentry here in Fellsmarch, name-day parties mark passage into adulthood.
Right, Eamon said, and was tempted to add, I know, but didn't.
We Burns have our own rite of passage, his father said.
We Burns? Eamon looked up at his father's face, thinking he was joking, but found no trace of humor there.
What do you mean?
Our family has a special bond with the queens of the Fells, going back to Hannaleah. It often passes to the eldest in each generation, unless he or she refuses. Then it goes to the next child.
The captain of the Queen's Guard has always been a Burn, Eamon said. Is that what you mean?
It's a Burn for a reason, his father said. A soldier named Byrne died for Hannaleah when she was taken by the Demon King. That soldier's son helped to free her. When she returned to the throne, she proclaimed that henceforth the captain of her guard would be bound to the Queen, blood to blood, so he would be better able to do his job. That soldier's son was the first to be bound. Your many-greats grandfather.
So,
Eamon said, trying to understand.
You are bound to Mariana. Is that what you're saying?
And my mother was bound to Lissa, and her father to Lucia.
How does that work? Do you swear an oath, or...
It's more than an oath. There is a temple ceremony, a binding ritual, and after that, your destinies are linked. We serve the line of Grey Wolf Queens. The bond cannot be broken. We cannot knowingly act contrary to the good of the line.
It's magic, then?
Eamon said, and his father nodded.
What happens if you do act contrary to the good of the line? Eamon asked.
His father shook his head. We don't. That's the thing. We are physically incapable of doing so. This was more than surprising. Eamon had always considered his family the least magical of any he knew. In fact, he'd always felt left out and rather colorless next to those that had it, like wizards, clan royalty, even the queens. The Burns were dependable, steady, honest, hard-working, loyal, courageous to a fault, the kind of men and women you would want to have fighting beside you, or covering your back, or guarding the treasury. But magical? Eamon struggled to come up with something to say other than, "Are you sure?" or, "You're not serious."
You have magical powers, then?
He asked. His father laughed, rubbing his chin as if embarrassed. Well, it's a subtle thing.
The Queen, she knows about this?
Burns shook his head. The queens do not. That's the way Hannaleah wanted it. She was more interested in preserving the Grey Wolf line than in supporting an individual queen.
Are you bound to the line, or to an individual queen?
I'm bound to the line, but in effect, each captain serves one queen, unless that queen somehow endangers the line. His father paused, then added softly,
We don't discuss that particular charge with our queens either. So, there may be times when we act contrary to the interests of our sovereign queen in order to serve the line? Aye, his father said, without apology. Even if Mariana knew, I doubt she'd take it all that seriously. You know how she is about the temples and the faith. For her, it's rather like believing in garden pixies. So, Aemon said, looking for the point in this bit of history, you'll choose your successor when the time comes. The next captain in line would serve Rhaesa. I've chosen you. Aemon sat stunned, his thoughts swirling, a kaleidoscope of images and memories. How had he ended up here, in this place, poised to assume the role that fate had handed him? His father had tutored him in swordplay and horsemanship, but no more so than any other father. He'd spent long hours around the guard barracks and stables at the castle because his father was posted there, and he was interested in horses, and he loved to hear the talk of tactics and weaponry. No one had ever said to him, "Go to Odin's Ford and learn to be a soldier," but he had. And no one had ever said to him, "Join the Queen's Guard," but he had. Serving in the Guard was a family tradition, though he had many aunts and uncles who had not. But always, of course, at least one per generation had. Since he had been named to the Guard, he'd considered the possibility he might end up captain if he performed well and stayed with it. After all, he'd come in as a corporal, based on his performance at school and the recommendations of his father's friends. He was a skilled swordsman, the best in his class, and excelled in his coursework, and received high marks in field operations. Everyone said he took after his father, and he was proud of that. He'd always assumed, however, that he'd chosen his own way from a range of possibilities, that if he'd wanted to be a trader, or a blacksmith, or an artist like his sister, he could have done it. And now it turned out he'd been treading a narrow path, committed from birth, walled in by magic and a bargain made 1,000 years ago. "You do have a choice," his father said, as if he'd read his thoughts. Aemon looked up at his father. "How do I have a choice? Lydia becomes captain?" "She is a Byrne," his father said. Aemon thought of his dreamer of a sister, sitting on the river bank, skirts spread about her, head bent over a charcoal drawing. He shook his head wordlessly. "And if she says no, there's Ira," his father said, naming Aemon's 10-year-old brother. "Though he's still young, and we need to choose a captain now." He paused. "You have cousins, of course." "Why now?" Aemon asked. "There can be only one captain of the Guard, and that's you." Perhaps by the time a decision needed to be made, he'd have time to get used to the idea. "I'm worried about the Princess Rhaesa. Right now, we have no direct connection with her, and my connection with Queen Mariana seems to be failing. If you're willing, bonding with Hannah-Leah's line through Rhaesa will give you something of a sixth sense. You'll be able to anticipate trouble, to know when she's in danger, to predict what she might do. It's also supposed to give us some influence over them where their safety is concerned." He smiled wryly. That won't do any good, Aemon thought. They'll do whatever they want anyway. "This is permanent, I take it?" Aemon asked. "What if I change my mind?" "It is permanent," his father said, toying with the ring on his left hand, the heavy gold wolf ring he was never without. "You won't change your mind once it's done." He paused, smiled faintly. "Don't worry. It's not as if you're going into orders. You can marry, have children, all of that. To continue the line of Burns, of course." "And if it comes down to a choice between family and queen?" His father looked into Aemon's eyes, his hazel gaze clear and direct. "The queen, of course." "Of course."
Eamon already knew the answer when he asked the question. In his heart of hearts, he'd known his father's priorities all along. What about Odin's Ford? Would I go back, or... We'll see how things stand when the time comes. It may be you'll go back. Whatever serves the line. His father sighed. I'd wanted you to complete your training before your naming, but I don't think we can risk waiting. But there was this other thing Eamon had avoided thinking about, his feelings for Raysa. Even now his heart beat faster when he thought of her. Images rolled through his mind. Raysa, dressed as a boy in that ridiculous cap, striding unarmed into Southbridge guardhouse to save gang members who were being tortured. Raysa, delivering name-day gifts to Speaker Jemson to feed the poor. Raysa demanding that he help her become a better queen. Raysa, in the garden by torchlight, her hair hanging in long strands around her face, chin propped on her fist, green eyes deep enough to drown in. Raysa floating in his arms around the dance floor, her head against his shoulder, her small, perfect body pressed against his while he tried to control the hammering of his heart. He remembered those 2 kisses that she'd probably given without a thought. 2 kisses that still woke him up at night. Everything about her seduced him, her looks, her speech, the way she moved, the person she was and was meant to be. "Duh," he said, staring down at the table, unable to meet his father's eyes. "The thing is, I have feelings for Raysa, for the Princess Heir, that I shouldn't have. I'm worried that we might do something that would harm the line." Eamon swallowed hard and looked up into his father's face and saw something that he never expected to see, understanding layered over sorrow. "Eamon," he said, "we love the Grey Wolf Queens, but it's like I told you. Once named, we will not harm the line. It is our great strength and also our burden." Eamon stared at his father. He thought of his mother, dead in childbirth with Ira, and wondered if she had known. By the standards of the day, Eden Byrne had been a good husband and an attentive father, faithful to duty and queen. Now he seemed like a tragic figure, a holder of secrets. What about my own choice, Eamon thought. Raysa would never be his, he knew that. But if he took himself off to Odin's Ford, and after that to a posting at Chalk Cliffs, chances were the pain would fade in a decade or so. He was only 17. What would it be like to be with Raysa constantly for the rest of his life, as her captain and counselor, to see her married, always within reach, knowing he could never have her? Like his father and Queen Mariana. But what if he said no and something happened to Raysa? How could he forgive himself? His father said he had a choice, and he did. The right thing and the wrong thing. Eamon reached across the table and gripped his father's calloused hands. "I'll do it," Eamon said. His father looked down at their joined hands. "You're sure?" Eamon nodded. "I'm sure." "Then let's go to Temple," Eden Byrne said, rising from his chair. Although it was now 4 a.m, Speaker Jemson was waiting for them in his study, dressed for ceremony. His father had told the Speaker they were coming. His father had known what his decision would be. So much for choices. "Captain Byrne," the Speaker said gravely, "and Corporal Byrne, this is most unusual, to preside over the binding of both father and son. Usually one captain passes on before the next is named." "These are dangerous times," Eden Byrne said. "Still, the line must be protected." "Yes, it must," Jemson said. He looked at Eamon. "You have agreed to be bound to Hannalea's line?" "Yes," Eamon nodded. He found himself wishing he'd been able to bathe before coming here. He felt filthy and unworthy in his stained uniform after a night patrolling Rag Market. As if Jemson had heard his thoughts, he extended a bundle of cloth toward Eamon. "Remove your clothing and put these on. Then join us in the lady chapel." Jemson and his father left him alone in the study. Remove all of his clothing, or just his uniform? Eamon didn't want to get it wrong. He debated, then stripped completely. The robes were rough-spun cotton, undyed, of the sort acolytes wore. He felt rather strange and airy under the voluminous tent of fabric, as if he were still naked. Eamon padded barefoot across the cavernous sanctuary to the intimate lady chapel to the right of the altar. It was dedicated to Althea, patroness of the poor. Unlike the private chapels in the temple at Fellsmarch Castle, with their gold statuary and gilt and marble fittings, Althea's chapel was stark in its simplicity, yet obviously well loved. The simple wood altar shone with hand polishing, and there were fresh flowers and vases to either side of the image of the lady. Cool moonlight washed through the clear glass windows, echoing their design on the floor. Jemson and his father stood to either side of a long table. Several objects were laid out in readiness: a large stone basin, a glittering knife, a stone jar, a small crystal bottle, a silver goblet. Eamon studied the display, questions crowding his mind. Jemson smiled at him. "Your part is quite simple, really, for so important a rite. We mingle your blood with Hanalea's, and you drink the result. The rest we pour into the soil of the fells to bind you to the land and the Maker. A sacrifice of sorts." "I'm dreaming," Eamon thought. "Burns don't do these sorts of things." He thought of his triple sleeping in the barracks, thought of Raisa back at Fellsmarch Castle, unaware of the link being forged between them. Was it fair to do this without her permission? What if she didn't want to be linked with him? He licked his lips. Will she know? "She may feel something," the speaker said, "or she may sleep through. If she does wake up, she won't know what to make of it." "Do you really have blood of Hanalea here? After 1,000 years?" "It's taken from her descendants, the queens of the fells." The speaker rested his hand on the stoppered bottle. "This is the blood of the Princess Heir. I will speak words over it." Jemson paused as if to see if Eamon had any more questions, then said, "Bare your arm, Corporal Byrne." Eamon did. He scarcely felt the sting of the blade, and watched, a little amazed, as his blood dripped into the basin, forming a small pool at the bottom. Jemson lifted the crystal bottle and spoke some words in clan speech. Eamon made out the words Raisa Anna Mariana and Hanalea. The speaker unstoppered the bottle and tipped a few drops into the basin, then lifted it high, swirling the contents, reciting a long incantation. Eamon's thoughts slopped around in his head, mirroring the mixture in the basin. He pressed his arm against his side to staunch the flow of blood and felt the wet seep through to his skin. The speaker set the basin down, dipped the cup into it, and lifted it, dripping. Jemson broke into veil speech. "Eamon Byrne of the line of Byrnes, guardians of the line of Hanalea, we ask of you this thing, that you be bound to the line of queens, and specifically to the blood and issue of Raisa Anna Mariana, Princess Heir of the Fells. You will swear that her blood is your blood, that you will protect her and her line until death takes you. Will you?" "I will," Eamon said, his voice sounding loud in the silence of the chapel. "Then drink to signify." Eamon accepted the cup and raised it to his lips, preparing himself for the salty taste of blood. But it was sweet, like summer wine. His surprise was so great he almost choked. Thankfully, he didn't. He drank the full cup down and handed it back to Jemson. The effect was immediate and dramatic, like being hit over the head with the broadside of a sword. Eamon sank to his knees to keep from falling. Sensation flooded into him, overwhelming him, coming from wherever in the realm someone was thinking on the Princess Air, or where something was happening that might touch on her future. It was 4 a.m, but Micah Bayar was awake, staring out his window in the castle on Grey Lady, his thoughts fixed on Raysa. The bakers in the royal kitchens shoved cakes into the ovens, thinking on the name-day party for the Princess Air, wondering if she would notice their efforts. Averil Demon Eye prepared to leave the city, worrying about the daughter he was leaving behind. Queen Mariana's mind was muddied, clouded by a healer's draught, but she still slept restlessly, dwelling on her daughter's launch into adulthood.
"Shut it out," his father said. "It's the only way at first. You'll get used to it."
Eamon pressed his hands against his head, trying to filter some of it out, focusing on the tower room 5 miles away, where Raysa dreamed in her bed under the stars. She, too, slept restlessly, and Eamon was surprised to find she was thinking about him and whispering his name in her sleep. "Come," the speaker said, and Eamon's father helped him to his feet, keeping a tight grip on his arm to prevent his falling. Jemson walked in front, carrying the basin, with Eamon and Eden Byrne behind. They walked into the cloister garden, where the white spots of night-blooming flowers drew Eamon's eye, and their intoxicating fragrance seduced him. "Eamon Byrne, we bind you to the bones of the queens buried in the soil of the fells. You are bound to the queendom, as you are to the queens of the Grey Wolf line. You will defend it as their dwelling place. You may leave the fells, but this will always be your home." Jemson poured the blood into the soil of the garden. It was as though Eamon were putting long roots down, deep into the soil, into the groundwater. He tasted the dern water on his tongue and sucked in the breath of Hannaleah. As if in a dream, the speaker lifted his hand and slid the Grey Wolf ring into place on Eamon's right ring finger. It fit perfectly. His father embraced him, and the speaker was smiling and saying, "It's done." Chapter 22. Desperate Measures. Although Byrd still spent most of her time with the Demon Eye warriors, she and Han found many opportunities to meet, at the cave, at a shelter on Ghost Lake, or on the banks of Old Woman Creek. They even met at Lucius's cabin a time or two, when Han knew the old man would be out fishing. He couldn't have said why they felt like they should keep their new relationship a secret. It was as if they didn't need to deal with all the conflicts around them if they kept this part of their lives hidden away. Or maybe the whole thing seemed so fragile that it needed sheltering, a seedling that might get tromped on. Or maybe, as it turned out, it was an instinct for self-preservation. Byrd made Han feel connected, like less of an outsider because she'd chosen him. He wished she weren't going away. If she weren't leaving, he might have settled into clan life and accepted Willow's offer to teach him a trade. Still, as the time drew nearer for Byrd to leave for Demon Eye Camp and Dancer for Odin's Ford, Han felt more and more as if he were sitting on a sandbar in a river of events, and it was rapidly washing away beneath him. Soon he'd be alone, marooned at Marisa Pines, while his friends among the clan moved on to new adventures. Unless he left Marisa Pines and went to Demon Eye with Byrd. He'd never been to the high country camp in the Western Spirits, and he didn't know anyone who lived there except a few of the traders. Still, if he was going to be an exile anyway, he might as well see the small part of the world he had access to. If he couldn't go with Byrd and the Demon Eye warriors, maybe he could find work with a trader who traveled between the camps and still see her sometimes. He knew he'd need to ask Willow for permission, so he sought her out one morning when she was mixing medicines in the hearth room of the Matriarch Lodge.
"Bring me the blue bowl, Hansalone," she commanded, gesturing toward her storage shelves.
Willow was never one to let a person sit idle when she was working. He handed it to her, and she emptied what looked like chunks of yellow chalk into her mortar and began grinding them into a brilliant powder.
"Willow, I've been thinking about moving to Demon Eye,"
he said, squatting next to her. She said nothing, but scraped the yellow powder into a cup.
"There's a lot more trade going that way into Tamron because of the war in Arden," he added. "Fetch me the turtleweed,"
she said, without looking up. He lifted down the aromatic branches that hung under the eaves of the lodge and handed them to her. She pulled the leaves free one by one and dropped them into the mortar.
"So, I could work with one of the traders over there,"
he said, unsettled by her lack of response.
"Maybe you could introduce me."
"I said I would find you work at Marisa Pines," Willow said.
"I know. Thank you. But I just think Demon Eye might—"
"You cannot go with Bird." She rammed the pestle into the mortar as if to emphasize her words. He blinked at her. Willow had always been good at reading people, but he thought he and Bird had been discreet. Was it possible everyone knew they were seeing each other?
"I wouldn't have to travel with her. I could go on my own," he said, "or travel with one of the pack trains."
"It won't work," she said, finally setting aside her mortar and dropping her hands into her lap. "You and Digging Bird, I mean."
"What do you mean? We aren't—"
he began. But the look on her face shut off the lie.
"Why wouldn't it work?"
"You're not right for each other," she said.
"How can you say that?"
he said.
"We've been friends forever."
"You were friends as children. Now Bird has been named a Demon Eye warrior. She must follow that path. You must go another way."
"I don't understand,"
Han said, and he didn't.
"She's not allowed to have friends? Or is it because I'm not clan?"
Willow didn't look as if she was enjoying this conversation any more than he was. "It's a calling, the Demon Eyes. You must accept it. It's not easy for any of us. There's a barrier between Bird and Dancer, too, that wasn't there before. Because of who and what they are."
"That's Reed Demon Eye's fault,"
Han said. He stood, towering over Willow, and that should have made him feel powerful, but it didn't.
"I think the real war with wizards was over 1,000 years ago," he said. "Since then, the Demon Eye have been living off their reputations. They're all saber-rattling and stories."
"It's not Reed Demon Eye's fault," Willow said, her voice like silk plied with steel. "It's tradition built on more than 1,000 years of conflict between wizards and the clan. It's the role of the Demon Eye to keep wizards in check, by force, if necessary."
"So they're fighting Dancer? They can't find anything better to do? Or is it because he's an easy target?"
It was a long time before Willow answered, and Han felt himself shifting from one foot to the other. "He is an easy target," she said finally, looking up at him, her dark eyes swimming with pain. "Why do you think I'm sending him to Odin's Ford? They'll kill him otherwise." Han quit shifting and settled his weight squarely.
"Then you can't let Bird join the Demon Eye," he said. "Make her stay here."
"It's out of my hands," Willow said, picking up the pestle again. "She is cold. You are not. You cannot go with Bird." She looked up at him, appeal in her eyes. "Why don't you stay here with me and learn about healing? You already know plants, and you'd be closer to your mother and sister."
"I'm no healer,"
Han growled, thinking he seemed to be better at causing pain than relieving it.
"I don't know what I am, but I'm not that."
He turned around and stalked out of the lodge. Bird wasn't any more help. That night, They lay side by side on the bank of Old Woman Creek, connected by their clasped hands and recent kisses. The branches overhead leaked moonlight onto their faces. For once, the music of water over stone failed to soothe him.
"I want to go with you to Demon Eye," he said, staring up at the canopy of trees.
"I wish you could," she said.
"I want to go," he'd said, not "I wish I could go." Maybe he should have said, "I'm going." When Han didn't reply, Bird hurried on.
"It would be hard. Reed says we'll be traveling the rest of the summer, and I'll be learning wayfinding and weapons and the rest. But you'd be based there, right, after all the training?"
"Based there, but I won't be there much. The Demon Eye warriors spend most of their time on the move." Turning onto her side, she propped up on her elbow and brushed the hair off Han's forehead. He resisted the urge to flinch away.
Maybe after I see how things are, maybe once this summer is over, you could come," she said.
"Maybe," he said non-committally, wanting to wound her.
"We'll see."
With that option closed to him, he turned back to his plan to go with Dancer to Odin's Ford. He wondered how he could make it happen, when everyone around him seemed opposed to it. He tried going around Willow, approaching several of the silversmiths at the Marisa Pines market, asking if they knew how to remove his cuffs and if they'd make him an offer for the metal. They tried their saws and cutters and knives with no effect. When he told them it didn't matter if the cuffs were damaged, they tried their irons, heating the metal, burning and blistering Han's wrists in the process. He needn't have worried about damage to the cuffs. The silversmiths got nowhere. They didn't even scratch the surface of the metal or damage the runes inscribed there. The answer was always the same. They were interested in the silver, intrigued with it, in fact, but had no idea how to get the bracelets off, or how to work the silver if they did. The only other thing he could think of was to retrieve the amulet that still lay hidden in the stable yard and find a buyer for it. He saw no reason why he couldn't turn the amulet into enough girlies to support Mam and Mary and a Tanwean house, too. No reason except Lucius, who'd told him to keep it out of the Bayar's hands. But he wouldn't need to take it back to the Bayars. He knew lots of dealers from his previous life as a thief. He could sell it in Southbridge Market. What were the chances that the Bayars would ever go to Southbridge? They never had before. He chose not to listen to the voice in his head that said that it wasn't his to sell. That said, if he sold it in Fellsmarch, it might still make its way back to the previous owners. Anyway, he'd had nothing but bad luck since he'd picked the amulet up off the ground on the slopes of Hanalea. Maybe this was a chance to change his luck and improve his fortune. The idea grew in his mind until he became convinced that he had no choice. He decided to leave for the city in the late afternoon, reasoning that he could arrive there under cover of darkness when the guard changed. He'd go straight to Rag Market and fetch the amulet. He could be back in Southbridge when the markets opened and be on his way up Hanalea while the bluejackets were still wiping sleep from their eyes. He slid his money pouch under his shirt, next to his skin. He'd made a little money working for Willow and running errands in camp for anyone who'd pay. Not near enough. He wrapped some smoked trout and flatbread in a napkin and tucked it into his carry-bag. Finally, he pulled a cap over his pale hair, hoping it would make him stand out less and not more, and it was cool in the mountains. In the Vale, the weather would be warm, but when people described him, they always said, "the fair-headed one." There was little traffic on the trail into Fellsmarch at that time of day, mostly hunters and traders on their way home. He made a wide circle around Lucius's place, not wanting to run into the old man. Han hadn't seen Lucius since the day he'd found him mourning Han's tragic death. Han wondered if Lucius had got another boy to take his place. That stung a little. He passed through the city gate just at dusk with a crowd of acolytes from the local temple, all about his age. They'd been gathering blackberries on the slopes of Hanalea. He kept to the back ways until he reached Southbridge. It seemed that things had cooled off after all. 2 sleepy bluejackets manned each end of the bridge, and no one seemed to be looking for Han Alister. Lucius had told him word was out that he was dead. Han decided that being dead made travel through the city much easier. Once across the bridge, Han wove through the familiar web of Rag Market, heading for home. It was still not fully dark, though the sun had descended behind Westgate and a few stars pricked the pale sky. This far north, the days were long in midsummer. Those enterprises that required the cover of darkness were compressed into a few intense hours. Han's heart beat faster. He loved summer nights in the city, when music poured from the open doors of taverns, and vendors grilled sausages and fish on the sidewalks, and the drunks in the alleys never froze to death. Fancy girls joked with the bluejackets, and people played hard, intoxicated by the notion that anything could happen, and probably would. The streets were more dangerous, yet in some ways more forgiving in the summertime. The last time he'd been home, Rag Market and Southbridge had been unnaturally quiet, spooked by the series of Southie murders. Now it was more like he remembered it when he was running with the raggers. As he neared home, he began seeing yellow flags nailed onto doors or hanging out of windows, signifying the presence of remittent fever. In the summertime, the yellow flags sprouted in certain neighborhoods, like a crop of garish death flowers, or the bright yellow brain fungus that sometimes grew on dead trees. That was the dark side of summer. Some said the fever was due to bad air. Willow said it was caused by bad water. Whatever it was confined to the Vale. It was never a problem in the upland camps. When he reached the stable yard, he looked up to the second floor of the stable and saw a yellow rag stuffed between sash and sill. Han slammed his way into the stable and took the stairs 2 at a time. When he flung open the door, he was met by the stink of every kind of sick. Mary lay on her pallet next to the hearth. Although the air in the room was stifling, the fire was lit, and Mary was piled high with blankets, shivering uncontrollably. Ma'am sat on the floor next to her, leaning against the wall. She blinked up at Han like she'd fallen asleep sitting there.
"She was better this morning," Ma'am said. "But the fever's coming back."
She said this matter-of-factly, as if she was too weary to react to his sudden appearance after a month away. Her hair had crept out of its plait, half of it hanging around her face. Her bodice was soiled and stained, hanging loose on her body as though she were using herself up. Han crossed the room and knelt next to Mary's bed. He laid his hand on her forehead. She was burning up.
"How long has she been sick?"
Ma'am rubbed her forehead.
"This is the 10th day."
The 10th day. She should be recovering by now, if she was going to.
"Is she eating and drinking?"
Willow said a high fever dried people out, so you had to keep getting them to drink. Plus, the fever gave you the runs. Ma'am shook her head.
"She don't want to take anything when the fever is high." "Are you giving her willow bark?"
This was the extent of his knowledge of healing, the botanicals he collected for Willow and others.
"I was."
Ma'am stared down at her hands.
"We're out now."
She looked up at him, hope kindling in her eyes.
"Do you have any money?"
"A little. Why?"
"There's a healer up in Catgut Alley. People say he can work wonders, but he costs money."
Han took his eyes off Mary and focused on the room around them. It was more barren than usual. There were no baskets of laundry, no sign of food, nothing.
Ma'am put a hand on his arm. "Would you send your washing where they have the fever?" she asked, as if she could read his mind. "Besides, I haven't been able to leave her on her own to pick up and deliver." A bucket of water with a dipper sat next to Mary's bed. "Where'd this water come from?" Han asked Ma'am. "The well at the end of the street," Ma'am said, "like always." He grabbed up the bucket and poured the contents into their second-best cooking pot and set it over the flames. "Let this boil a while, and when it cools down, you can use it for washing." "I know how to do laundry, Hanson Alistair," Ma'am said, with a little of her old spirit. "I'm going to go fetch some water from another well," he said. And he did that, walking blocks uptown to the pump at Potter's Square and back. He spent his remaining money on a bit of willow bark and some barley soup for Mary, though he had to wake up the apothecary at the market for that. He got sworn at for his trouble and paid a pretty price for it, too. By the time that was all done and delivered, it was near dawn. Mary took some clean water and willow bark and barley soup, though she complained she wasn't hungry. After that, she looked better and slept more peacefully, and he told himself the color in her cheeks wasn't only fever, and the improvement wasn't just the lull before the fever roared back. So here it was, more bad luck, worse than he'd ever had before. It had to be the bloody amulet. He had to get rid of it before somebody died. He needed money. Ma'am and Mary needed money, for a healer and for everything else. He couldn't expect them to keep hanging on by their fingernails while he lived in relative comfort at Marisa Pines, or wherever else he went. The guard wasn't looking for him now, but that would change once they spotted his formerly drowned corpse all lively and walking the streets. Leaving Ma'am and Mary sleeping, he descended the stairs, murmuring to the horses he'd ignored on his way in. Under cover of darkness, he slipped back to the stone forge in the stable-yard and wrestled the stone out of its niche. The leather-wrapped bundle still lay where he'd left it. He could feel the heat emanating from it before he lifted it out. Carefully, he pulled away the wrapping, revealing the serpent amulet. It flared up, excruciatingly bright, illuminating the yard as if it meant to betray the thief who'd stolen it. He hurriedly rewrapped it, glancing around to make sure no one had noticed. He slid the amulet into his carry-bag and slung it over his shoulder, pulled his cap down over his face, and headed for Southbridge Market. When he reached the bridge, he nodded to the sleepy bluejackets, once again passing between the temple and the guardhouse, wondering what Jemson would think of his former student and who MacGillen was beating these days. The butcher was just cranking open his awning. He had one of the few permanent structures at the market. The mushroom man was setting baskets of morels and chicken head fungus out in front of his shop. Han walked past them without speaking and without making eye contact. Han's home market was Rag Market. He didn't know most of the vendors at Southbridge, which was a good thing on this particular day. Taz Mackney was another prosperous vendor at the market. His shop was larger than most, filled with exotic fabrics, seductive fragrances, rare artwork, and precious stones, loose and set into jewelry. What most people didn't know was that much of Taz's prosperity derived from his side business in magical pieces, many of them stolen, or at least of questionable provenance. The naming might forbid the buying and selling of talismans and amulets made before the breaking, but for the right price, Taz could find most anything for a discreet client. Han only knew this because he'd sold goods to Taz in the past. He didn't always get the best price from Taz, but he liked dealing with him because he had a permanent location, unlike many of the fences who worked the streets. Taz knew the raggers could always find him again if he cheated them. He also had connections with rich clients who could pay big money for a rare piece.
Taz had another, more prestigious location in the castle close, frequented by the gentry, including wizards. The bell over the door jangled as Han entered the shop. Taz was sitting in the back, his bald head bent over his books. Without looking up, he growled, "Not open yet. Come back later." "If you want," Han said, "but it's your loss. I'll see who else is ready to do business." Taz looked up, startled. "Cuffs? Blood of the demon!" He lurched to his feet with amazing speed for one so bulky. The dealer glanced out of the front windows and then jerked his head toward the back. "Let's go in the back room." Han followed him back, past bins of beads and shelves lined with bottles of potions, larded with time-darkened wax. Rolled-up rugs in brilliant colors stood in the corners, and intricate puzzle boxes, sconces, and candles lay everywhere. Once through the back door, Taz took refuge behind the large desk that Han knew housed at least 3 knives and an assassin's dagger. The dealer wore a long velvet coat and a froth of lace at his neck. His belly poured over his breeches, poking out through his coat. Here was someone who was eating well. "I hear you're dead," Taz said bluntly. Han nodded, assuming a mournful expression. "Got done in by the Southies," he said. "I sort of like being dead." Taz laughed his great, booming laugh that made you think he wasn't as smart as he really was. "Understood, my boy. To what can I attribute this extracorporeal apparition?" Taz liked to use big words. "I've an amulet you might be interested in," Han said. "Thought you were out of the game," Taz said, his eyes narrowing. Han shrugged. "I am. Special case. I'm vamping it for a friend." "Ah, a friend. Of course." Taz's eyes lighted with interest. He'd bought some rare pieces from Han in the past. "It'll be pricey," Han warned. "I won't let it go for a smile and a promise. If you're short on iron, just say so." "Have no worries on that account," Taz said, trying to look disinterested. "However, you should know that, given the idiosyncrasies of the current market, I may not be in a position to make a very generous offer. Unfortunately, I've seen less demand for magical objects in recent months." Han reached into his carry-bag and pulled out the amulet. He took his time, all part of the game. He set the parcel on the desk, carefully pulled away the leather. The light from the stone turned Taz's face a sickly green. The dealer stared at it for a long moment, then looked up into Han's face. "Where'd you get this?" he whispered. "I said, from a friend. He's going out of the magic business," Han said. Taz impulsively reached for it, but Han gripped his wrist. "Don't touch it," he said. "It's dangerous." Taz swallowed hard. "Right," he said, his supply of big words seemingly dried up. "Well, it's a shame it's so unstable. That will make it hard to sell." He thought a moment. 10 girlies, he said. "Take it or leave it." Han could have used 10 girlies just then, but he knew he was being lowballed. He shook his head and began rewrapping the amulet. Taz watched this for a few seconds, then said, 25. Han stuffed the amulet into his carry-bag. "Thank you for your time, Taz," he said, turning away. "Wait!" Taz said quickly. Han turned and waited. Taz licked his lips. Beads of sweat stood out on his broad forehead, evidence that he wanted the piece, and wanted it bad. "I could turn you over to the Blue Jackets, you know. It's in your best interest to come to terms." Han shrugged and ran his hand over the interior wall. "This place could burn down, you know, maybe even with you inside. That'd be a shame." Taz cleared his throat. "I thought you were out of the business," he repeated. Han lifted his hands, palms up.
Can you ever really leave the business?
Taz nodded grudgingly.
Cuffs, you've always had an astute head for commerce. Very rare in one so young.
Han grinned.
Well, thank you, Taz. That and 3 coppers gets me a pork bun. What do you want for it?
100 girlies, minimum. But I'll be showing it around the market and taking the best offer I get, so you'd best aim high. Han kept his voice casual, glancing around the shop and fingering a silver chalice as if he might be in the market. 100 girlies hadn't passed through his hands in his lifetime.
Look, I'm not in a position to buy it outright for the money you want, but I may have clients who would be willing to make an offer. Leave it with me, on consignment, and we'll see what the response is.
Han shook his head.
Can't do. I only have the one, and I have several other dealers to show it to. I ain't giving it up until there's money in hand.
Taz clearly didn't want to see the amulet walk out the door.
Where can I reach you?
You can't, Han said.
Better work fast. I won't be in town for long. I'll check back day after tomorrow.
Chapter 23. Name Day 2. Raisa awoke the next morning unrefreshed. She'd had the strangest dreams. They seemed to involve Eamon, but they slipped away each time she reached for them. She snuggled down under the covers, hoping to enmesh herself again, but her mind raced, and sleep eluded her. Her name day. The day she was officially proclaimed eligible to marry. The day she was officially named heir to the throne and began training for her role as queen. Tonight, finally, the formal dance of suitors would begin. Her dress hung on its form, a silhouette against the window, the shape of the person she was supposed to be. She'd issued no proclamations about dress for her party. She hoped for a riotous garden of color, but expected that most would wear virginal white. Raisa looked awful in white. This was another bone of contention between her and her mother. She would have chosen black, but she'd have settled for crimson or even emerald green to set off her eyes. She'd ended with a champagne-color satin and lace that exposed her shoulders. There was nothing girlish about it, at least. Yawning, she climbed out of bed in her nightgown and padded into her sitting room. Margaret had breakfast underway.
"I thought you'd sleep later so as to be fresh for tonight," Margaret said. "I could have brought you breakfast in bed."
Raisa stared at Margaret. Her nurse was encouraging her to sleep in so she could stay out late. It was an entire season of firsts.
"Well, I just couldn't sleep anymore," she said, sorting through the piles of cards, notes, and letters in the basket by the door. "Any word from my father?"
"No, Your Highness," Margaret said.
"But don't worry. If he's not here already, he's on his way. He wouldn't miss it."
"I know." Raisa couldn't shake a feeling of unease.
Could you send to Kendall House and tell them to let me know as soon as he's arrived?"
Her father had remained at Kendall House since he was still out of favor with the Queen. Margaret enfolded Raisa in her arms, patting her back.
"Don't worry," she said. "It's just name day jitters. Tonight will be a night you'll always remember."
There are different reasons for remembering things, Raisa thought. Some good, some bad. The rest of the day passed in a blur of bathing, buffing, combing, and coloring.
"It probably takes less time to fit out a ship to go to sea,"
Raisa complained when the nail painters left and the hairdressers filed in. Still, no word came from Kendall House. At 6 p.m., Raisa was laced into her dress. It fell in long silken folds from a high waist and had wide romantic sleeves with insets of lace. In truth, she liked it very much. There was the problem of Elena's ring again. Raisa was determined to wear it. Yet her mother had given her a smoky quartz, citrine, and topaz necklace for her name day, a perfect match for her dress. Raisa slid the ring off its chain and tried it on every finger. It had seemed large before, but now she was surprised to find that it fit her middle finger perfectly. Her long trailing sleeves hid it from view. At 6:30, her mother swept in for a final inspection prior to the name day party. Queen Mariana's dress was a deep hunter green that perfectly set off her golden hair and luminous skin. Her necklace and tiara were set with emeralds. Even in her name day finery, Raisa felt unimpressive in comparison. What would it be like to reign after such a queen? Would she be known as the short, dark, snappish queen that followed the golden one? Queen Mariana gripped Raisa's elbows and held her out at arm's length.
"Oh, sweetheart,"
she said, eyes brimming with tears.
"You are beautiful."
It would have meant more if she hadn't sounded so surprised.
"I can't believe that this day has finally come. Please know that I only want what's best for you, always. Do you believe that, Raisa?"
Raisa nodded, that prickle of unease returning.
"Have you seen Father since his return?" she asked. "He's to escort me into the hall, but I've not heard from him."
Queen Mariana frowned.
"Really? You've not heard from him? I was sure he would be here." "Of course he'll be here," Raisa said. "It's my name day."
Mariana hesitated.
"That's true, yes, but remember, you've already celebrated the occasion at Demon Eye Camp. Perhaps he thought he'd already made his obligation."
Raisa blinked at her, confused a moment before she remembered. Supposedly her father had taken her to Demon Eye when she went missing in Southbridge.
"It's not an obligation," Raisa said. "He said he'd be here. He'd want to be."
She paused, then rushed on.
"Why did you have to send him to Chalk Cliffs now?"
Her mother sighed, sounding exasperated.
"It's not that far, sweetheart. It should be no trouble to ride there and back over 4 days. Your crowning is important, but affairs of the realm cannot come to a halt for a week because of it."
The Queen smiled, her tawny eyes searching Raisa's face.
"Don't worry. I'll send for him at Kendall House and tell him to come to you immediately, just to ease your mind."
She kissed Raisa on the forehead.
"All will be well, Raisa. You'll see."
She turned and left the room in a rustle of silk. But time passed, and soon they would have to leave for the temple, and still her father didn't come. Raisa peeked out into the corridor, and a stocky young guardsman snapped to attention outside the door.
"Your Highness," the soldier said. "How may I assist?" "Oh, I was just looking."
They stood there awkwardly for a moment. Then Raisa said,
"Well, carry on,"
and pulled the door closed. Unable to sit still, Raisa threw open the doors to the terrace and walked out into the sultry evening. Thunder grumbled over Hanalia, Rissa, and Althea. Great pillars of clouds tumbled over the peaks, underlit with green and yellow lightning. The air was thick with the scent of rain, almost too thick to breathe, and the hair on Raisa's arms and the back of her neck prickled. The wind picked up, setting the clouds in motion like gray wolves prowling over the distant hills. Raisa hunched her shoulders.
"Jitters,"
she said to herself, "just jitters." Magret was as jumpy as Raisa. She picked through the messages on the front table as if she might find an undiscovered note from Averil. She fussed with Raisa's hair, her hemline, her makeup, and tugged at her laces until Raisa had to struggle not to scream at her. Every time Magret opened her mouth, words spilled out in a nervous cascade.
"Did you hear? Prince Gerard Montan of Arden is here. Right in the middle of the war, he's come up here, probably meaning to go home with a marriage contract in hand. He's the youngest of 5 brothers, so I don't know why he thinks the Princess Heir of the Fells would give him the time of day. That Prince Liam, now, he's a handsome boy, and such good manners. He's the heir to the throne of Tamron, you know.
Finally, there was a knock at the door. Raisa jumped to answer it, but Margaret, of course, beat her to it. It wasn't her father. It was Gavin Bayar, High Wizard of the Fells, resplendent in silver and black to match his mane of silver hair and thick black brows.
"My Lord Bayar," Margaret stammered, "I thought we were expecting—"
Lord Bayar stepped past Margaret and bowed low to Raisa.
"Your Highness, you are a vision. I wish I were a younger man."
He paused, his eyes traveling over her from head to toe.
"Unfortunately, your father still hasn't returned from Chalk Cliffs. The Queen has asked me to escort you to the temple."
He offered his arm.
"It would be my honor."
Raisa backed away, shaking her head.
"Perhaps he'll still come."
"Everyone is assembled," Lord Bayar said. "It is time. The Queen requires your attendance."
Raisa bumped into her dressing table and leaned back against it, suddenly dizzy. There was something wrong about all of this. Every instinct screamed at her. The lamp on the table guttered in the breeze from the open door, and wolf shadows loped along the walls. The stocky guardsman stood in the doorway, gripping the hilt of his sword.
"Your Highness,"
he said. Margaret stepped between Raisa and Lord Bayar, her face crinkled with dismay.
"Her Highness doesn't feel well," she said. "Perhaps if you gave her a few minutes—"
Anger kindled in Lord Bayar's blue eyes.
"Step aside," he said. "We don't have a few minutes. The princess must come with me by order of the Queen."
"It's all right, Margaret," Raisa said, even though it most certainly wasn't all right. She straightened, shook her head to clear it, and nodded to the guardsman.
"Be at ease. I'll go with Lord Bayar. It's kind of him to come and fetch me. I'm sure Papa will be here in time for the dance."
Still ignoring Lord Bayar's arm, Raisa gripped her skirts on either side, lifted her chin, and walked ahead of him into the corridor. The guardsman followed along behind. It was difficult to stay ahead of Lord Bayar's long legs, with her more limited stride and fancy shoes. Eventually, she allowed him to take her elbow, feeling the sting of power through the wizard's fingers.
"Use your traitor face,"
she said to herself. They followed the covered walkway from castle to church, crossing the courtyard that represented the separation between church and state, between holy and profane. The weather was growing worse, and the wind lashed strands of her carefully coiffed hair around her face. At any moment, it appeared the skies would open. She wondered if her father was out in the storm somewhere, trying to get home. She said a prayer to the Maker, and to Maya, the weather-maker, for his safe return. The nave of the temple cathedral was candlelit and solemn, her path a long red-carpeted corridor between crowds of the glittering nobility, all craning their necks to catch their first glimpse of the princess heir. Raisa felt like a bride walking into temple on her father's arm. Except this wasn't her father, and this wasn't her wedding. She could tell that the last-minute substitution of Lord Bayar for her father hadn't been announced. She heard a whisper roll through the crowd, saw a ripple of heads turning, driven by the usual gossips. Where was Averil Demoni, and why wasn't he here, and what did it all mean? She wanted to stamp her foot and say, "This wasn't my idea." Ahead of her, she saw her mother sitting in the Queen's chair, her skirts spread around her, the heavier ceremonial crown on her head. And standing next to her, Raisa was surprised to see Speaker Jemson from Southbridge Temple, resplendent in gold and white. Even at that distance, she could see the surprise on the speaker's face as Raisa entered with the High Wizard. Then Raisa understood. Her father would have been in charge of the elements of faith. He would have been the one who invited Speaker Jemson to officiate. Raisa walked the length of the temple, doing her best to ignore the wizard beside her, doing her best to keep her face a mask of solemnity, while her heart pounded within her chest. Despite this distraction, a few images crystallized in her peripheral vision. For instance, the smile frozen on her cousin Missy Hackham's face. Missy stood next to her brother, the handsome and equally vapid John. Kip and Keith Cleemath were nudging each other, probably laying bets on who would win the game of courtship at the dance. Her grandmother, Elena, stood with a handful of clan elders in Marisa Pine's and Demon Eye ceremonial robes. With the elders were several Demon Eye warriors, including Reed Nightwalker, Race's rumored Highland suitor. As Raisa passed with the High Wizard, Elena leaned over to whisper something to Reed. Elena's face was impassive, but Reed was scowling. Miphis and Arcada Mander stood toward the front with Micah Bayar, a triple of wizards. Micah's banishment was over, it seemed. He was impeccably dressed, as usual, breathtakingly handsome, as usual, but he had a pale, rather feverish look, as if something didn't agree with him. His dark eyes followed her to the front of the temple. A small honor guard stood to either side of the dais. Raisa looked for Captain Eden Byrne, who had accompanied her father to Chalk Cliffs. He was missing also, but Eamon was there in dress uniform, standing ramrod straight, his hand on the hilt of his sword. He stared straight ahead, cheeks flushed, but she knew he saw her. "I dreamt about you," she thought. And finally, she was before Speaker Jemson and her mother. Lord Bayard released her elbow and stood to the side, next to her sister, the Princess Melanie. Raisa looked into Speaker Jemson's eyes and saw compassion there. The speaker smiled. That buoyed her somehow, and she smiled back. Her pulse quieted, and her fears ebbed. She would be queen, and queens ruled over wizards in the fells. "Friends, this is the season for name day ceremonies, and I have presided at many already," Jemson said. "It is always a privilege to launch a child into adulthood and to welcome a new citizen of the realm. But today we are assembled for a very special naming, one that builds on a tradition that has lasted for 1,000 years. Today we name Raisa Anna Mariana, heir to Hanalea and the Grey Wolf throne." Jemson looked out over the assembly. "The princess has already proved herself to be compassionate beyond her years. Her Briar Rose ministry at Southbridge Temple serves hundreds of people every week. Families are fed and clothed, and children are educated because of her generosity. She is a fitting heir to Hanalea's legacy." The Queen looked up at Raisa, a startled expression on her face. Comment rustled through the crowd like wind through winter branches. Speaker Jemson's voice flowed over Raisa, prompting her as she rededicated herself to the Maker, the Fells, and the line of queens. Her mother asked her the 3 questions, and she gave the 3 answers in a loud, clear voice so she could be heard to the far end of the hall. Raisa mounted the stairs onto the dais and knelt before her mother. Queen Mariana set the glittering Grey Wolf tiara on her head and said, "Rise, Princess Raisa, heir to the Grey Wolf throne." Outside the temple, the storm broke, and hail clattered against the leaded windows, her ancestors proclaiming their approval. Or were they shouting a warning? Applause rolled from one end of the hall to the other, probably because it was time to go to dinner. The main ballroom had been transformed into a fairy forest, its borders softened by groves of bare-branched trees, sparkling with tiny wizard lights. The dining tables were set up at one end in a woodland bower. The trees were hung with silver cages filled with songbirds. At dinner, she sat next to the Queen at the head of the table. Raisa insisted that Speaker Jemson take the chair on her other side, which should have been her father's, mostly to prevent Lord Bayar's occupying it. She was surprised when the Queen readily agreed. Mariana seemed eager to please her often difficult daughter, anxious to fill the hole left by Averil's absence in any way she could. While protocol would dictate that the southern princes be seated next in line after the royal family, Raisa noticed that her mother had seated them rather far down the table. Not only that, the Tomlins were seated across from a stranger, which, from his elaborate dress, must be the ambitious Gerard Montan, the youngest prince of Arden. He was slender, with hair the color of wet sand and pale, almost colorless blue eyes. Elena Demoni and the other clan representatives were also seated at the far end of Raisa's table. Raisa ate very little, feeling the weight of the tiara and her new title and the sting of her father's absence. She said very little, too, but Speaker Jemson and Queen Mariana and Lord Bayar made up for her lack of conversation. Their voices splattered against her skin like rain on canvas, scarcely penetrating. The Queen seemed nervous, her smile forced, and she glanced anxiously in Raisa's direction, as if unsure what the new princess heir might do. Speaker Jemson pretended to be relaxed and chatty, but Raisa thought the speaker missed nothing.
"The Princess Raisa has been a wonderful ambassador for the Grey Wolf throne in the city," he said.
Has she now?
The Queen said, fussing with her napkin.
"Oh, yes. The street musicians sing her praises. The children at Southbridge Temple School leave flower garlands beneath her portrait in the sanctuary, and the temple dedicates have opened a new healing hall in her name."
I had no idea,
the Queen said, poking at her roast quail, a faint frown on her face.
"Everyone praises you, Your Majesty, for raising a daughter with such a compassionate nature,"
he added, and the Queen smiled. Eamon Byrne caught Raisa's eye several times from his post against the wall. He raised an eyebrow as if to say, "What's going on?" Raisa began to relax a little when dinner was cleared away and they descended to the dance floor. Her dance card was already full, according to protocol, once they got past the awkwardness of the traditional father-daughter dance. They skipped it. The evening passed quickly, a kaleidoscope of male faces and brilliant plumage, a cacophony of flattery, the sting of wizard hands, the clemaths resurfacing repeatedly like a bad dream. She danced with Prince Gerard Montan and found him cold, intense, and condescending, a remarkable combination in a boy so close to her own age. He made no effort to woo or even flatter her, but cut right to politics.
"Does it concern you, Princess,"
he asked, in his harsh Flatlander accent,
"that though I'm the son of a king, I'm the youngest of 5 sons, 4 of whom are living?"
That depends,
Raisa said, unable to resist.
Do you have older sisters as well?
He stared at her a moment, with eyes as pale and hard as glacier ice.
"I have 1 older sister," he said, "but in Arden the crown passes through the line of sons only."
I see. Do you hope to marry a queen, then, so that your daughters will have an inheritance?
Raisa asked.
"Well, I hadn't thought it,"
the prince stammered.
"I thought it would make sense to, marry our kingdoms and our resources together."
I see. Our kingdoms. Well, then, I believe I didn't answer your question. You asked whether I'm concerned that you're the youngest son.
"Yes," Gerard Montan said. "I wanted to assure you that, given the situation in Arden, these are not insurmountable obstacles. If you can be patient, Your Highness, I fully expect to wear the crown in the end."
I'm not at all worried about your 4 brothers, Raisa said, although I think they have reason to be worried about themselves. I would, however, be very concerned about the succession in Arden
if it seemed at all likely that we would marry.
Fortunately, at that point, the song ended. Raisa stepped back from Prince Gerard, pulling her hands free, though he didn't seem to want to let go of them.
"Thank you for the dance, Your Highness," she said. "Have a safe journey home."
She could feel his eyes boring into her back as she walked away, head high. There's one Southerner to cross off my list, she thought. He gives me the jittery shudders. She was apprehensive when Micah's name came up on her dance card. She didn't know what to expect. Some sort of proposition, a protestation of love, conspiratorial whispers, something. But she needn't have worried, it seemed. This time, he was a perfect gentleman. He seemed so distracted, in fact, so distant, that Raisa asked him, a little sharply, what in the world he was thinking of, just as the music stopped.
"I'm thinking of nothing, Your Highness,"
he said, bowing stiffly.
"Nothing at all. It's a good skill to have. I recommend it."
And he walked away, back straight. Eamon was a different matter. He gripped her hand so hard she squeaked in pain, and he relaxed his hold.
"Sorry," he said. "What's going on? Where is your father?"
"I was hoping you could tell me," Raisa replied. "Have you heard anything at all?"
"A bird came from Chalk Cliffs yesterday, saying that they had left for Fellsmarch yesterday morning," Eamon said. "I expected them to arrive last night. I've heard nothing since."
He paused.
"They've probably stayed over somewhere for the night, what with the storm and all."
Rain clattered against the tiled roof of the temple, and the wind howled around the towers.
"And yet they should have been here long before the storm began," she said. I have a bad feeling about this, an intuition. Something's happened, or it's going to happen, or both."
She rested her head against Eamon's shoulder, shivering a little.
"What could happen?"
Eamon murmured, his warm breath tickling her ear, his firm hand at her back, guiding her around the dance floor.
"You're here in Fellsmarch Castle, in the middle of a party, with your guardsmen around you."
He sounded as if he were trying to convince himself.
"This intuition, how reliable is it? And is there any way of knowing what or when?"
Typical, practical Eamon.
"I don't know,"
Raisa said, trying to sort through her feelings. She felt oddly safe there, enclosed within the circle of Eamon's arms, connected to him in a way she hadn't been before. It was as if a channel had opened between them, power and emotion rippling through, and she wished they could just circle forever. Raisa cleared her throat, trying to concentrate on that other, more nebulous danger.
"Margaret says it's just name-day jitters, and maybe she's right, but I would feel so much better if our fathers were here. I worry that something has happened to them."
"We can't do anything about them," Eamon said. "So let's focus on you right now. If you're in danger, what's it likely to be?"
Raisa looked up at his face, afraid he was making fun of her, but he looked completely serious.
"Let's think now. When would you be most vulnerable to, I don't know, assassins or kidnappers?" he went on. "After the party, you'll be going back to your room. Maybe then."
Raisa gripped his elbows.
"Stay in my room tonight, Eamon," she said impulsively. "I'd feel safer if you did."
"Raisa, I can't do that,"
Eamon said, his expression a mixture of what looked like regret and propriety.
"I don't really care what anyone thinks," Raisa persisted. "Besides, Margaret will be there. She can chaperone."
"Right," he said. "Isn't she the one who fell asleep in the garden?"
He chewed his lower lip.
"I'll get the wolf pack involved. We've been assigned to your personal guard, beginning tomorrow."
Raisa stared at him.
"Really? I thought your father wanted you to stay away from me."
"He changed his mind," Eamon said.
He took a breath as if he had something to add, but then shut his mouth and said nothing for an entire circuit of the dance floor.
"Anyway, I'm still worried about the tunnel that you haven't boarded up," he said finally. "When the dancing's done, I'll send some of the wolf pack to watch the corridor to your room. You'll have your usual guard outside your door. I'll go up in the garden and watch the tunnel entrance. That's one night taken care of. And maybe by tomorrow our fathers will be back."
That settled, they circled silently a moment. Eamon still looked troubled, though.
"What's wrong?" Resa asked. "What if they don't come back? I'm supposed to leave for Odin's Ford in another week."
"Already?"
Resa felt a flicker of panic.
"But the summer's not even over yet. It's only the end of July. You have all of August, and—"
"I'm taking the long way back to Odin's Ford. We're doing a little scouting for Da. But if he's not back, I can't leave you here on your own."
"He'll come, Eamon. They both will. You'll see."
The music had stopped, signaling the end of the dance, and they coasted reluctantly to a standstill. Eamon was leaning down, and their faces were inches apart. Gripping both his hands, Resa whispered,
"Thank you."
She went up on her toes, sliding her arms around his neck, meaning to finish the dance with a chaste kiss, but just then they were interrupted.
"Your Highness,"
the accented voice came from behind.
"I believe I have reserved this dance."
Resa whirled around and saw that it was Prince Liam Tomlin of Tamron. The prince offered a graceful bow.
"Of course, if it's no longer convenient—"
"Your Highness,"
she said, and curtsied, her face burning with embarrassment. She really needed to pay better attention, especially since Prince Liam was a possible match.
"Of course it's convenient. I'm sorry. I was just—"
"Distracted," he said. "It happens."
His smile was dazzling against his coppery skin. Resa looked over her shoulder, but Eamon had disappeared. The prince took her hand, and the orchestra launched into a waltz, a safe dance for Southerners, in deference to the royal pair. The musicians needn't have worried. The prince danced with the unconscious grace of someone who'd grown up at court. He wasn't especially tall, compared to Micah or Eamon, but he was exceedingly well-dressed, in a blue coat and white breeches that displayed his lean, aristocratic build. Tamron was known for being the arbiter of style in the Seven Realms. Next to glittering Tamron Court, Fellsmart was a backwater.
"It's not often that I must reserve a place on someone's dance card," Prince Liam said, "and wrench my partner from the arms of another. See how far the fortunes of the Tomlins have fallen."
Startled, Resa studied the prince for evidence of arrogance, but found only a kind of self-deprecating good humor. She liked him at once.
"Right. Well, I'm trying to get used to the idea of being put on display like a fresh side of beef," Resa said.
Prince Liam laughed out loud, a surprising, full-bodied laugh.
"Perhaps you subscribe to the notion that princes actually have control over their own lives. I beg to differ. We struck the boards, improvising like mad, only to learn that the script is already written and we've got it wrong."
"Not always," Resa countered. "I have to believe that sometimes we can write our own."
"You love your soldier, then?"
The question was like a bold blade between the ribs, but Resa deflected it.
"I'm not talking about love," Resa said, amending silently,
"Well, not only about love."
"I have a chance, then,"
he said, turning his head and displaying his handsome profile, framed by his tumble of black curls. He peered sideways at her to see if she'd noticed. She laughed.
"You are quite the poseur," she said.
"That is what I was going for," he replied cheerfully. "Everyone else in the room, they're all imposters."
"I'm not playing a role," Resa said. "I want people to know who I am."
"You're young, Your Highness," Prince Liam said,
sounding like one of her cynical elders.
"Why, how old are you?" Raisa demanded. "I'm 17, he said.
I'm almost as old as you, she thought of saying, but didn't, since it sounded like something a child would say.
"How goes the hunt for a wife?" she asked. "Any prospects?"
He laughed again.
"They said you were blunt."
"They did. What else did they say?"
"They said you were willful and stubborn and smart."
He looked into her eyes. "And the most beautiful princess in the 7 realms." It was flattery, but it was still pleasant to hear.
"Indeed, I have no way of knowing, since I've never been out of the fells," Raisa said. "One day I'll visit Tamron and the other southern realms. How have you been affected by the war in Arden?"
"We choose to ignore the war," Liam said, leaning close to speak into her ear, as if confiding a secret.
"We distract ourselves with parties and entertainments and other vices, as if that will make it go away."
"And yet you're here, seeking an alliance against the Montans," Raisa said, grateful for her tutelage from her father and Eamon Byrne. Liam waved a heavily ringed hand.
"I'm looking for a rich wife to pay my gambling debts," he said.
"We hear the queens of the fells are very frugal, that they still have the first coins ever minted with their images." The music stopped, and he led her from the dance floor to a table in one of her mother's temporary groves. Raisa signaled a server to bring them drinks, and then kicked off her shoes. Her dance card was finished. Prince Liam had been the last on the list. Although the orchestra still played, and would until the Princess Heir officially departed, Raisa was surprised to find that the room had nearly emptied. She hadn't realized it was so late. Somehow, she'd got through her name-day party without really noticing. It was kind of a letdown after the months of build-up. She refocused. Prince Liam was raising his glass to her.
"You are the most beautiful princess in the 7 realms."
He raised his other hand to stop her protest.
"I'm a very good judge, Your Highness. I've seen more than my share."
Raisa laughed. Prince Liam's agenda might not entirely coincide with hers, but he was charming.
"You should come visit us," the prince went on. "Tamron lacks the physical beauty of the fells, but I think you would find the city of Tamron Court very interesting."
He made a wry face.
"Though summer is not our best season."
"So I hear. Your father, King Marcus, invited me to visit his cottage on Leawater."
"The cottage is lovely in summer," Liam said, "though it can seem crowded when all 3 wives are in residence."
Raisa couldn't help wondering if he'd mentioned them on purpose.
"I prefer summers in the city, where we sleep during the heat of the day and stay up all night. Soon it will be autumn, when the nights grow cool and lovely, and the rains revive the flowers. We call it the wooing season."
He closed his hand over hers.
"Tread carefully," Raisa said to herself. "This is the princeling Missy Hackham fell head over petticoats for."
Raisa tended to use Missy Hackham as a kind of trail marker to warn herself away from foolish behavior.
"Are you here on your father's behalf, or do you represent yourself?"
Raisa asked. Liam laughed, but there was a bitter edge to it.
"My father doesn't need my help in matchmaking," he said. "I'm here on my own."
"Well then, what's your position on multiple wives? If you have 2 or 3, can your wife have multiple husbands?" Liam was taking a drink of wine as she asked that, and he very nearly splattered it all over the table.
"Princess Raisa," he spluttered, "I think any man who marries you will find he has more than enough to handle without complicating things."
Raisa laughed also, but noted that he'd not really answered her question. He was looking at her, though, as if he found her absolutely fascinating. His gaze traveled from her mouth to her eyes and back again. He leaned closer, resting his hands on her bare shoulders, raising gooseflesh there.
At this point, I would usually suggest a walk in the garden, but it's still raining buckets from the sound of it. Perhaps there's somewhere else we could go to talk, away from the ears of the court. It occurred to Raisa that maybe Liam was the danger she'd anticipated, but an interesting kind of danger, after all. Just then, Raisa heard a step behind her, and Liam looked up over her shoulder and frowned. "Your Highness." Raisa knew before she turned around who it was. "Your Highness, the Queen requests your attendance in her privy chamber," Micah Bayar said. "She asked me to fetch you." Raisa eyed him with distrust. Why would her mother send Micah to fetch her, after all that had happened already? She looked around for Eamon, but didn't see him, nor any others of her guardsmen. She wondered if he'd already gone up to the garden. Micah turned to Liam. "Sorry, Your Highness, but you'll have to excuse Princess Raisa. It is growing late." "Yes, it is," Liam said, without rancor. He smiled at Raisa. "Princess Raisa, I'll be here for a few more days before I return to Tamron," he said. "I'm staying in Kendall House. I hope to see you again before I leave." He bowed and turned away. Micah looked after him for a long moment, then took hold of Raisa's arm to lead her from the ballroom. She pulled free. "I know the way," she said, and walked away, leaving him to follow. She would have liked to have spent more time with Liam Tomlin, and was tired of being dragged around by the Bayars. "What does my mother want?" Raisa asked, as they threaded their way between groups of people still talking in the corridor. "I haven't seen her for hours. I thought by now she'd likely gone to bed." "Not yet," Micah said, not answering her question. He seemed tense, and Raisa suspected he'd been drinking again. Raisa herself had been careful not to drink anything but water and oversweet punch. It was her custom to try to learn from experience. As they neared the Queen's apartments, the corridors emptied out. Automatically, Raisa turned off the public corridors into the narrower, private ones used by the royal family. As they passed the small library established by her father, Micah said, "Raisa, before we go in, give me a minute, please." She turned to face him. He nodded toward the library. "Just hear me out. I promise it won't take long." He fussed with his sleeves, seeming uncharacteristically awkward. Against all common sense, she believed him. After a long moment, she preceded him into the library, putting a table between them. "I've been trying to get in to see you ever since the party," he said. "I wanted to tell you that I didn't know about the ring and the necklace. I didn't realize they were enchanted." He was admitting they were jinx pieces, then, that Lord Bayar had lied to the Queen. Raisa folded her arms. "Why should I believe you?" He shrugged. "Because, as you'll see, I have no reason to lie to you." She tilted her head. "What do you mean, as you'll see?" He ignored the question. "And because I'd like to think I'm able to attract a girl on my own." "Depends on the girl," Raisa said acerbically. "I hear you've had some success in the past." He half smiled, shrugging his shoulders, reminding her of why she'd always found him so attractive. When you seemed receptive, I assumed you'd finally succumbed to my personal charm," Micah said. "Imagine my disappointment when I learned that you had been bewitched, not by me, but by an amulet." "And several glasses of wine," Raisa couldn't resist saying. Micah dismissed that with a wave of his hand. "No, wine doesn't work on you. I tried that already." "Well," Raisa thought, "you are being uncommonly frank." "Why can't you be satisfied with having every other girl at court falling at your feet?" she asked. "Why do you always want what you can't have?" "Why aren't you asking me who was responsible for the seduction amulet, if not me?" he countered. "Because I don't have to," she said. "Tell me this. Why would your father want you to seduce me? Was he trying to cause a scandal, to prevent my marrying a Southerner?"
"Well," Micah said, rolling his eyes, "that would be a side benefit. The last thing we need is to have you marrying a Southerner."
"I don't understand this. Your father is magically bound to the line of queens. Why is he able to act contrary to their interests?"
"How do you know he is? Acting contrary to their interests, I mean," Micah said.
He scanned the volumes on the nearest bookshelf. Running his hand along the dusty spines, he examined his palm, then wiped it on his trousers. Somehow it made him seem very young.
"Blood of the demon, Micah! Spelling the Princess heir against her will? That is treason. What did he hope to accomplish?"
"My father expects we will be at war before long," Micah said, "as soon as the civil war in Arden has ended."
That was just what Eamon had said.
"So, what does that have to do with me?"
"We have to win against the Southerners at all costs. That might mean discarding some of the archaic rules that have made us weak."
"Me? I like some of the old rules," Raisa said, "such as rules against treason."
"You know the Church of Malthus sees wizardry as heresy, right?" Micah said. "They burn wizards in the South."
The Church of Malthus had the reputation of being humorless, stern, and conservative. Raisa knew that much, but she'd not known their position on wizardry.
"We'll need all of our weapons if Arden attacks us," Micah said. "We have to win. The clan must be made to see reason. We need unfettered access to the tools of magic."
"You had that,"
Raisa said, weariness trumping diplomacy.
"and you made a mess of things."
Why did they have to talk about this now? She felt tired and irritable, confused by this conversation, under siege by everyone.
"Look, can we just go see what my mother wants so we can all go to bed?"
Micah raked back his dark hair.
"I just wanted you to know that none of this is my idea. I'm hoping that you'll keep that in mind."
Her intuition pricked her again. Why was Micah Bayar giving this speech, taking her to see the Queen in the middle of the night? What if she didn't want to go? In fact, she wouldn't go. She'd go back to her room where Eamon was waiting. Sort of. She circled around the table, meaning to slip past Micah and into the hallway. He must have seen something in her face, because he moved to block her path.
"Come on now," he said. "We'd better hurry. We're expected."
She shook her head.
"Actually, I'm exhausted, and I'm not feeling well," she said. "Please give my apologies to the Queen, but I think I'd better go on to bed."
Micah sighed.
"Raisa, I'm sorry, but I have to bring you. If it makes you feel any better, neither one of us has a choice, all right?"
Raisa looked into his face and saw that he meant it, so she walked past him and turned toward the privy chamber. All the while, her mind raced, struggling to make sense of it. Neither one of us has a choice. Who was giving the orders, then? Her mother or Gavin Bayar? Chapter 24. Unholy Ceremony. 4 guardsmen flanked the doors of the Queen's apartments. Holding her head high, Raisa swept past them, with Micah following behind. Raisa heard voices within, but as soon as she pushed the door open, the conversation stopped, and several people turned toward them. Queen Mariana smiled, her cheeks flushed with excitement and wine, still wearing the stunning green dress she'd had on at dinner. Beside her, Gavin Bayar, also in his formal garb, and Micah's sister, Fiona, her pale face alight with... what? Triumph? Satisfaction? And there, like a plump, giddy turkey among the foxes, was Speaker Horace Redfern, chief cleric of the Cathedral Temple. Raisa had never cared for Redfern, who, in her opinion, spent too little time tending to his flock and too much time cozying up to the aristocracy. Redfern, too, looked as if he'd had a little too much to drink. He seemed rather frenetically cheerful. "And here they are now," Queen Mariana said. She swept forward and kissed Raisa and Micah in turn. Raisa scanned the room. It had been transformed from the last time she'd seen it. There were flowers everywhere, 2 extravagant arrangements of lilies and roses on either side of an altar, bowls of blooms on all the tables, tucked in with thousands of flickering candles. An altar cloth was embroidered with entwined roses and falcons, a peculiar design. To one side was a serving table with wine buckets and glasses. Why, it looked almost like a... "How do you like it, sweetheart?" Queen Mariana took Raisa's hands and gazed into her face as if eager for her approval. "We had very little time to put it together, but I think you can appreciate the importance of discretion. I know it may not be exactly what you pictured, but—" Raisa's mouth was so dry she could scarcely spit out any words. What is this?" she whispered. "Isn't it late to be having a party?" "Your Majesty," Lord Bayard said, his blue eyes glittering in the candlelight, "perhaps you should explain." "Raisa," Queen Mariana said, "you know we've been talking, strategizing about the best match for you now that you are eligible for marriage." Raisa glanced at her mother, then at Gavin Bayard. "Who's been talking? You and I, or you and them?" "All of us, of course. Remember, we agreed that a Southerner is not the best choice just now, with all the upheaval in Arden and Tamron." "We never agreed on that," Raisa said. "The war has to be over before long, and then we'll have more options," she said, thinking of Prince Liam. "An alliance between Tamron and the Fells might be enough to prevent invasion from Arden, if we time it right." Mariana stared at Raisa as if her daughter had grown another head with an inconveniently talkative mouth. "It's not necessarily in our interest to prevent a war between Arden and Tamron, Your Highness," Lord Bayard said, verbally patting her on the head. "Such a war would deplete Arden's resources and distract them from consideration of an attack on us." "If Arden wins, it will be more of a threat than ever," Raisa said, recalling her conversation with Prince Gerard. "And there's no one among the clan royalty who would be a suitable match," Mariana rushed on. "Avril is your father, and the matriarch of Marisa Pines is unmarried with a bastard son." "There are cousins at Demon Eye Camp who might be suitable," Raisa said, thinking of Reed. "When Father returns, we can see what he says." "Your father's opinion might be interesting, but not especially important," Queen Mariana said, looking put out that Raisa was being so uncooperative. "We also need to think about the role wizards may play in any upcoming conflict, and what we might need to do to cement our interests more closely together. The High Wizard is magically bound to the Queen of the Fells," Raisa said. "Therefore, our interests already coincide. Besides, what does our relationship with wizards have to do with my marriage?" If she hadn't been so tired, she would have seen it coming. Looking back, she concluded that she was being extraordinarily thick. Queen Mariana drew herself up the way she always did when she expected Raisa to be obstinate. "Raisa, we have chosen a match for you for the good of the realm and the line of queens. You will marry Micah Sul Bayard." For a moment, Raisa was convinced she'd misheard, that her mother was joking somehow, despite the scowl on her face, that it was some kind of test of her knowledge of the covenant known as the naming, that it couldn't possibly be true. Then she looked over at Micah and saw the truth in his face. This was what he'd meant in the library when he'd said, "Neither one of us has a choice."
But that's impossible, Raisa whispered. I can't marry a wizard. It's forbidden.
Forbidden by whom? The Queen said. I am the Queen of the Fells. I am sovereign over this realm.
Forbidden by the naming for 1,000 years, Raisa said. You know that. No wizard has married a Queen of the Fells since Hannah, and you know what happened then.
My dear girl, think of the lost opportunities, the richness of possibility, Lord Bayard said. The union of royal blood and wizardry will make us once again the most powerful kingdom in the 7 realms. Why should the actions of one rogue wizard close that door forever? Kingdom, she thought, over my dead body.
I am not your dear girl, Raisa said, breathing hard and fast. I am the princess heir to the queendom of the Fells, and I'll thank you to remember it. And it wasn't the actions of one madman that resulted in the naming. It was the abuse of power by a dynasty of wizards who invaded and conquered the Fells and enslaved its blooded rulers.
That's one perspective, Lord Bayard said, smooth as any serpent. Others call it a golden age, when all of the 7 realms paid tribute to the Fells, when riches flowed to us from all 7, when the fertile fields of Arden filled our granaries and supplied the funds to build this legendary city.
The city was built before wizards ever came here, Raisa said.
Who's been feeding you this misinformation? Lord Bayard asked. Your father? Elena Demon Eye? The days of the clans are over.
Raisa turned away from Lord Bayard and faced the Queen.
Mother, you know this isn't right. You know you can't marry me to a wizard. The clan will go to war over it. You know they will. Do you want a civil war here as well as in Arden? How vulnerable will that make us?
Bows and arrows cannot protect us against the war machines of Arden, Mariana said. We need sorcery on our side.
We already have it, or we should have, Raisa said, glaring at Lord Bayard. The High Wizard is supposed to be bound to you and subject to your will. What's happened? Is the link damaged, or broken, or—
Micah, Lord Bayard said pointedly, please calm your bride so we can get on with this. It's growing late, wedding jitters or not, and we need to ride back to Grey Lady before morning.
Micah moved toward Raisa, hands extended, as one might approach a cornered Fells cat.
Come on, Raisa, he coaxed, almost pleading. Let's just get this over with.
I almost feel sorry for Micah, Raisa thought. She looked around the room for a way out. Her gaze lit on Redfern, who seemed woefully out of place, and it all finally registered.
Hold on. You're planning to marry us tonight?
Yes, Bayard said impatiently. We'll send the Southerners home with the news. That will stifle any talk of alliances.
Mother,
Raisa said, her heart pounding beneath the creamy silk. A wedding dress. Of course.
Don't do this. I don't want to marry anyone right now.
We upland queens marry for the good of the realm, Queen Mariana said softly, as Hannah did, as I did.
But this isn't good for us,
Raisa persisted, circling a serving table with Micah in pursuit.
Don't tell me what's good for us.
Queen Mariana turned in a swish of satin and snatched up a wine-glass.
I lie awake every night wondering what's to become of us, with war in the south and conflict in the queendom and pirates on the ocean and southern spies and assassins in every back hallway.
She shuddered, and droplets of wine spattered on the stone floor, red as blood.
I worry about you, Raisa, with no one to protect you. We have protection, Raisa protested, bewildered. What had come over her mother?
She seemed panicked, desperate. "Captain Byrne and the Queen's Guard." "Captain Byrne cannot be everywhere," the Queen said.
"Right," Raisa said. "For instance, where is he now? And where is my father? When I get married, he needs to be there."
She was watching Gavin Bayar as she said this, and saw something flicker across his face. Maybe it was her imagination, but it was almost as if he knew something about her father's absence. Both he and Captain Byrne had been sent away just before her name day, when she would be formally named heir to the throne, when she would be eligible for marriage for the first time. Like a cold stone under her breastbone, the realization settled in. If both the Queen and Lord Bayar wanted it to happen, she would be married before the night was over.
"Speaker Redfern," she said, though she had little hope of rescue from that quarter. "You're the representative of the temple, of the old ways. You know I cannot marry a wizard. Tell them."
She strode toward the speaker, and he retreated, holding his wine-glass out like a shield.
"Not at all, not at all. This should not prove an impediment to your marriage, Your Highness," the speaker said. "I have issued a dispensation."
While Raisa was thus distracted, Micah struck, launching himself over a small settee and wrapping his arms around her. Holding her fast in the circle of one arm, he reached into his neckline and gripped an amulet at his neck, while Raisa did her best to struggle free.
"Where did you get that?" Raisa wanted to ask. "You're too young. You've never been to Odin's Ford. You're not allowed to have an amulet."
That was her mistake, thinking wizards would play by the rules. Micah muttered a few words in the northern speech, bending his head down close to her ear. She felt the sizzle of magic through his hands. It passed through her body and down her left arm, leaving nothing behind but tingling nerves and a vague desire to please. And then she remembered. She wore Elena's ring on her left hand. "It is what we call a talisman," Elena had said. "It offers some protection against high magic." Here was a chance, if she could somehow take advantage of it. She couldn't let them know about the ring, or they'd have it off her in a trice. She had to play along, make them think he'd charmed her. What spell would Micah have used on her? "Calm your bride," Lord Bayar had said. She looked up at Micah. He was studying her face, obviously trying to determine if his jinx had taken. She widened her eyes, conjuring an expression of vacancy.
"I'm sorry," she said. "I know I'm being silly. It's just that it's all so sudden."
She looked down at the floor, fearing Micah would spot the fury in her eyes.
"I always dreamed we could be together, but I assumed it was impossible."
She heard an audible release of breath around her, the sound of relief. "Me too," Micah said cautiously, as if he didn't quite believe it. He released his death grip a fraction. "I can't tell you how frustrating it's been to yearn for what I could never have." He leaned down and brushed his lips across hers, and she felt the sting of magic again. She resisted the urge to flinch away. What argument would speak to her mother, assuming she was reachable at all?
"The thing is, I've always dreamed of a big wedding, Mama," Raisa said, looking directly at the Queen. "I wanted everyone to be there, my grandmother Elena, my father, the clan in their colors, heads of state from all over the 7 realms. I'd have 4 bridesmaids to carry my train, and I'd walk up the aisle over a carpet of rose petals."
"Of course, sweetheart," the Queen said, blinking at her in surprise.
"It's what every girl dreams of."
Except, until now, her daughter Raisa.
"You had that, Mama," Raisa said reproachfully. "You had 500 people in the temple, and it took the dressmakers a year to stitch the seed pearls onto your dress. Bonfires blazed on every hill to commemorate it. The feasting lasted for 6 days, and they filled 3 storehouses with the wedding gifts.
The Queen's cheeks flushed with embarrassment.
I know, dear. It's something I'll never forget, but I'm to wed in a back room before a single priest, as if I'm a serving girl with a growing belly. People will talk about me, Mama. You know they will. They'll question whether I'm married at all.
They won't dare, the Queen said, smoothing down her skirts nervously.
I will forbid it. It could affect the succession,
Raisa said, very conscious of Micah Bayar right next to her.
If we have children, their legitimacy may be questioned.
She turned and gripped Micah's hands.
I couldn't bear that.
Your Majesty, Lord Bayar said, let's proceed. She's just overwhelmed is all. He glared at his son as if to say, try something stronger.
I know I must serve the realm, Mama, Raisa said, but why should it be at the expense of my dreams? I had no idea you felt this way,
the Queen said, flustered, as always, by conflict. Raisa pressed her advantage.
You are the Queen. Proclaim that Micah and I will marry in the fall. That will give us time to plan.
She wrapped her arms around Micah's waist and rested her head against his chest.
I want everything to be perfect.
Your Majesty, we can't risk waiting, Lord Bayar said. He crossed to the Queen and took hold of her hands.
Anything could happen before then. We could be invaded. The Princess Heir could be kidnapped. The clans could rebel. She needs a gifted husband to watch over her.
Raisa watched the two of them out of the corner of her eye. No doubt Bayar was pouring magic into her, as Micah had done. She already knew that the wizard held an inappropriate influence over the Queen. She just didn't know if her mother could resist it. She remembered the conversation with Elena in the garden months ago, the warning her grandmother had given her. Queen Mariana turned toward Raisa, swiping tears from her eyes.
Oh, sweetheart, we can't risk waiting. I'll make it up to you somehow. We'll throw a reception like the world has never seen. We'll invite everyone. You'll see.
Then Raisa was crying too, tears of fury and disappointment, knowing she was truly on her own. What would Hannaleah do?
It's all right, Raisa,
Micah whispered, patting her back awkwardly. It was all she could do not to swing around and punch him in his perfect nose.
Where would we go after?
Raisa asked, thinking there still might be a way out, a way to prevent this thing from being consummated.
Might we go back to my apartments and—
We'll host you at Airy House, Lord Bayar said. We have an apartment prepared for you. We'll send someone after your things. That way the two of you can have some privacy.
He smiled his tiger smile.
All right,
Raisa said, swallowing hard.
If you think it's best. Only—
She sniffled and blotted her face on her sleeve, wiping away tears of rage.
If Father can't be here, I would feel so much better if I could wear the rose necklace he gave me. It would be more like he was here. I'll fetch it. It will just take a moment.
Oh, come on!
Lord Bayar exploded, his impatience getting the best of him.
Speaker Redfern has been here for 2 hours, waiting. Let's do it, and if anyone asks, we'll say you had it on. You have the rest of your life to wear the thing.
No,
Queen Mariana said, belatedly developing a backbone.
The Princess Heir shall wear her father's necklace, if it helps to cheer her. It's the least we can do. She's sacrificed enough for duty in this.
And she said it in a way that brooked no argument. Bayar mastered himself with difficulty. The wizard was definitely forgetting his place, whatever that place was these days.
Of course, Your Majesty. We'll send one of the guardsmen after it.
Thank you, Lord Bayar,
Raisa said,
but it will be quicker if I go. I'm not sure just where I left it, and I don't want soldiers pawing through my jewelry. I'll be right back."
She tried to pull free of Micah's grip.
"Micah, you go with the Princess Heir and bring her back safely to us," Lord Bayard said. "I know you won't let her get away."
He smiled as he said it, but his blue eyes were bright and hard as sapphires. And then they were hurrying down the hallway, Micah holding tightly to her wrist. He trickled more magic into her, as if to reinforce his previous efforts. This time, she decided to acknowledge it.
"I had no idea you could do magic, Micah," she said. "Where did you learn how? And where did you get an amulet?"
He flinched, as if she'd broken the secret code.
"Well, I don't know much. My family has some magical heirlooms."
"No wonder Mama wants us to marry," Raisa said. "That gives you an advantage over other wizard houses, right? Because you don't have to beg your amulets from the clan?"
Micah nodded.
"These days, the only amulets you can get are temporary. They lose their effectiveness over time, so you have to keep going back to the clan to restore them, or get new ones. The clan uses that to control the gifted."
"And these don't wear out?"
Raisa asked.
"I didn't say that,"
Micah muttered, glancing around as if they might be overheard. Unfortunately, the corridors were deserted. It was too late even for the late-nighters, and too early for the early risers.
"Do you really want to marry me, Micah?"
She was genuinely curious. He had told her they didn't have a choice. Maybe if he saw a way out of it. He seemed to be choosing his words carefully.
"Who wouldn't want to marry the Princess Heir of the Fells?" he said.
"Is that all I am to you? A title?"
He thought a moment, and when he spoke, she thought he told the truth.
"You've always fascinated me, Raisa. I could always have any girl but you, and you'd never let me get away with anything. You always say what you think."
He almost smiled.
"I'd rather kiss you than bed any other girl at court."
Strange praise, she thought.
"I think we could be good together," he went on. "Once we get through this."
We could be good together. Not exactly a protestation of love, nor a promise to give up his wanton ways. The irony was, she might have given the proposal serious thought, at least, if it weren't being forced on her. They climbed the wide stairs, startling a cat sleeping on the top step, and turned right, past the sleeping Melanie's room, to Raisa's suite. The stocky guardsman Raisa had met earlier leaned against the wall next to the door. When he saw them coming, he straightened and rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, looking from Micah to Raisa in confusion.
"You wait here," Raisa said to Micah. "I'll just be a few minutes."
She pushed open the door. After a moment's hesitation, Micah made as if to follow her in, and the guardsman stepped in front of him.
"You heard her, Highness," the soldier said. "Wait here."
And, blessedly, he pulled the door shut. Micah must have groped for his amulet, because Raisa heard a sword slide free.
"Let go of that thing,"
she heard the guardsman say. She could hear them arguing back and forth, their voices rising. She figured she had a little time. Micah wouldn't be too alarmed. As far as he knew, there was only one way in and out of her room. She couldn't very well leap from her window, which was high above the river below. Besides, she'd said nothing to make him think she'd rather leap to her death than marry him. So far.
"Your Highness?"
Margaret blinked sleepily at her from her chair by the fire. She'd fallen asleep waiting up for her.
"What time is it getting to be? I know it's your name day and all, but—"
"Margaret, do you love me?"
Raisa asked breathlessly.
"What kind of question is that, my lady?"
Margaret sputtered.
"Course I—" "Then pack me some riding clothes," Raisa said. "Clan style, in saddlebags, for several days. Nothing dressy. Hurry!"
As she spoke, she shed the creamy silk that was to have been her wedding dress, and wouldn't be if she could help it. Wadding it up, she tossed it into the corner, then stripped off her slippers and stockings and yanked on a pair of trousers laid out on a side chair.
"What is going on?"
Margaret asked, now wide awake, throwing open drawers and thrusting clothing into 2 saddlebags. She paused and straightened, mid-thrust.
"You're not eloping, are you?"
"The opposite. The Bayards mean to force me into a marriage with Micah Bayar," she said, omitting the fact that the Queen was in on the scheme.
"That's crazy talk,"
Margaret said, continuing her frenetic preparations.
"You can't marry a wizard. They know that."
"They may know that, but they're doing it anyway. They've got a speaker and everything, and afterward they mean to carry me off to Airy House."
"What?"
Margaret's voice rose, and Raisa shushed her frantically.
"Micah's just outside the door. He's waiting for me."
Margaret glared at the door. The argument was still going on in the corridor.
"I don't like wizards. I never have."
Margaret carried clan blood, and with it an inborn suspicion of wizards.
"You don't mean to go with him, do you?"
"No, I don't. I'm leaving. I need you to keep him out as long as possible so I have a head start."
"Your Highness, I don't like the notion of you climbing down off the balcony. I really don't. You'll break your neck."
"There's another way, through the closet. You'll see."
Raisa went into the closet, dug out her boots, sat on the floor, and yanked them on.
"Through here?"
Margaret peered into the closet.
"A tunnel, then?"
Raisa nodded, and Margaret said,
"I'd always heard there was one somewhere in this part of the castle."
"It lets out in the glass house,"
Raisa said. Margaret's eyes kindled with pride.
"You're just like she was,"
she breathed.
"Like who was?" "Like Queen Hannah herself."
Shyly, Margaret drew back her sleeve, exposing her inner arm. On it was a tattoo of a howling wolf against a rising moon.
"You're a maiden?"
Raisa spoke louder than she intended, and now Margaret was the one shushing her. The Howling Wolf was the emblem of Hannah's Maidens, a mysterious organization of women dedicated to the warrior queen's memory.
"I am,"
Margaret said.
"They meant to force her into marriage with a wizard, and she wouldn't stand for it. Said 'twas better to be a maid than married to a demon."
Well, Raisa thought, there's more to Margaret than meets the eye.
"Where will you go, Your Highness? The Queen must be informed,"
Margaret said.
"She will be, don't worry,"
Raisa said. She hesitated a moment.
"Lord Bayar has my mother spelled, I'm afraid. She's agreed to the marriage." "Blood and bones of the Queen's!"
Margaret swore.
"The scoundrel! I haven't liked this business going on, no, I haven't. I always said your Da should spend more time at home."
Tears came to Raisa's eyes. She was touched that her nurse believed her, that she was on her side. She'd begun to think she was losing her mind.
"Will you be needing any money?" Margaret asked. "I have a little put by, you know."
Raisa kissed her formidable nurse on the cheek.
"I'll be fine."
She lifted her mattress and pulled a small velvet pouch from underneath.
"My emergency fund,"
she said. It was the money she'd made working the markets during the summer. Princesses weren't supposed to make money. She'd put it away to avoid any arguments. She tucked her dagger into her belt and slung the saddlebags over her shoulders. Someone pounded on the door.
"Hurry up, Ray, Your Highness," Micah shouted. "Everyone's waiting." "You be quiet, young Bayar," Margaret shouted back. "Don't be shouting in the hallways like a besotted sailor. The princess will be ready when she's ready."
Before long, everyone will be awake, Raisa thought.
"Thank you, Margaret. I'm off. Tell Micah we're still looking for my necklace if he knocks again. When he forces his way in, tell him I went off the balcony."
Margaret yanked down the curtains surrounding Race's bed and began ripping them into strips.
"I'll make you a ladder, throw him off the scent," she said grimly.
Grabbing a torch from the sconce on the wall, Raisa pushed her way into the closet, sliding between silks, satins, and velvets. She shoved aside the panel and entered the damp stone corridor, sliding the panel closed behind her. She prayed that Eamon was waiting in the garden for her. With her luck, he'd given it up and gone home. She ran as fast as she could, banging her elbows into the stone walls at the turnings, alert for the sounds of pursuit behind. How long could Margaret hope to hold Micah off? Would he fall for the balcony ruse? She shuddered at the notion of being chased through the narrow, twisting corridor. The climb up the narrow ladder to the garden house was scary, as it always was, with the added burden of the saddlebags bumping against her sides. Finally, she reached the top and pushed at the stone cover. To her vast relief, someone gripped it from above and wrestled it away. Then, Eamon's face appeared in the opening, taut and grim.
"Where have you been?" he said. "I was beginning to think you'd come back and gone to bed without telling me."
But still you stayed, Raisa thought, with a rush of gratitude. Thank the Maker for Eamon Byrne. Eamon gripped her hands and hauled her up through the opening, setting her down next to him on the garden house floor.
"I've been crazy with worry up here. I had a feeling that—"
He swallowed hard.
"Well, anyway, what's going on?"
Raisa opened her mouth, and words poured out in seemingly random order.
"Lord Bayard has put a spell on the Queen. I don't know how. It's as if the binding isn't working. They've got a stash of magical pieces that predate the breaking."
"A spell?"
Eamon said.
"What does he—" "He means to marry me off to Micah and name him king," Raisa said. "They've got a priest and everything. Mama's going along with it. I'd be married already, but I insisted on coming back to my room first. It won't be long before they know I'm gone."
She grabbed his hand as if she could drag him away.
"We've got to leave. Now."
"But—"
"I know. I'm not allowed to marry a wizard, but the Bayards don't like the old rules. Seems they're too confining. I'm going to have to leave the city until we can sort this out."
Not just the city, Raisa thought. The queendom. She couldn't take refuge with the clan. That would start a war between her parents and make the Fells vulnerable to invasion from the south. Eamon took her saddlebags and slung them over his own shoulders.
"Let's go. We've got to clear the drawbridge before they sound the general alarm."
They clattered down staircase after staircase, incredibly loud in the early morning stillness, encountering the occasional sleepy-eyed upstairs servant. Each time, Raisa turned her face away, hoping to go unrecognized. It would cause talk at any time, the princess heir sneaking through back hallways with a soldier the morning after her name-day party. They would be remembered, and it wouldn't be long before the Bayards would know she hadn't gone over the balcony, that she'd been seen with Eamon Byrne. She didn't wish it on Eamon to have the Bayards for enemies, but she was glad to have him at her side. She needn't have worried. Just like before, no one recognized the princess heir in breeches and tunic. Down on the ground floor, the corridors were broader, and there was even more traffic about. They forced themselves to walk so as to be less conspicuous, though Raisa's every nerve was firing. They passed through the great hall, where petitioners were already gathering in hopes of an interview with the Queen. They walked through the huge arch that led onto the drawbridge, passing under the portcullis. Raisa put a little space between her and Eamon so they wouldn't look like they were together. She might be a clanswoman on her way back from a delivery to the castle. Eamon might be a soldier on the way to his post. They were midway across the river when she heard a clamor of bells and duty officers calling to one another. With a harsh metallic squeal, the portcullis descended until it slammed into the dirt.
"They know I'm gone," Raisa thought.
The guardsman loitering at the far end of the bridge looked up in curiosity.
"Corporal Byrne," one of them called to Eamon. "What's going on?" "Maybe some poor crofter stole a loaf of bread from the princess's party,"
Eamon said, rolling his eyes. The soldier laughed.
"They sure seem tizzied up about something,"
he said, peering toward the castle.
"Showing off for the southern royalty, no doubt,"
Eamon said, without pausing.
"I'm leaving so that I don't have to polish any brass."
Once clear of the bridge, Eamon pulled Raisa aside toward the guard barracks and stables that crouched at the far end of the bridge.
"Let's go to the stables," he said. "We'll want horses."
They were crossing the stable yard when Raisa heard a rattle of hooves on cobblestones, someone riding into the compound excessively fast. Eamon pushed Raisa behind him and drew his sword. Two riders thundered in, wrenching their mounts to a halt just in front of the stable doors.
"Raisa?"
One of the horsemen swung down to the ground. He was sweaty and blood-stained, one arm wrapped in linen, his face stubbled. He pulled Raisa into his arms.
"Raisa, thank the Maker."
It was her father. Joy mingled with surprise and worry, crowding her heart so she thought it might burst.
"Father, you're hurt. What happened? Where have you been?"
"It's thanks to Captain Byrne it's not worse,"
Averill said, nodding at the other rider.
"We were ambushed just west of Chalk Cliffs. 10 armed men. They did their best to kill us, but Captain Byrne seems to have a third eye. He spotted the ambush before they closed on us."
Byrne handed off his horse to the stable boy. The captain, too, was much the worse for wear. Dried blood trickled down his face from a wound over his eye, and he favored his right leg.
"They were masked, but they rode military mounts, Your Highness,"
Byrne said grimly.
"Same as we use in the Guard. I'm thinking they were Guard-trained."
"So the Guard has been compromised," Raisa said bluntly. Captain Byrne hesitated, then nodded.
"Aye."
"I'm sorry, Raisa,"
her father said.
"I meant to be there for your ceremony. It seems someone had other ideas."
"Gavin Bayard,"
Raisa said with conviction.
"It must have been."
Byrne and Averill stared at her, questions in their eyes, but before they could speak, the rattle of chains drew Raisa's attention back to the castle.
"Bloody bones," she said. "They're raising the drawbridge. We've got to go on before they finish searching the castle and realize I'm gone."
"What is going on?"
Captain Byrne demanded.
"What's happened?"
In a few terse sentences, Eamon explained the situation. Byrne shouted for the stable boy, who re-emerged from the tack room, blinking away sleep and confusion.
"Ready 4 fresh mounts," Byrne said. 2 saddled, 2 on lead lines. Pack bedrolls and provisions. Not next week. Now!"
he roared, when the boy didn't move immediately. The boy scurried away.
"Will you go to Marisa Pines?"
Averill asked.
"That's closest."
Raisa shrugged. "We could go there tonight, but we can't stay there long. It's still within the realm. If the Queen demands my return, the clan will refuse, but she won't let that stand. She can't. I'll have to leave the fells until things settle."
"I don't like it,"
Captain Byrne growled.
"There's no place safe. Arden's in chaos. Bruinswallow and Weanhaven are likely to be drawn in, even if you could get there. And Tamron's no fit place for the princess, even if it wasn't 3 days' hard march from Arden. There's pirates on the Indio who would hold you to ransom if you went that way, and—" "Sir, what about Odin's Ford?"
Eamon broke in.
"No one would dare bother her there, especially if no one knows who she is."
The 2 men stared at Eamon for a long moment.
"The boy makes sense,"
Averill said finally, nodding.
"How would she get there?"
Captain Byrne said, looking less enthusiastic.
"They'll be waiting to intercept her at Marisa Pines Pass."
Eamon nodded.
"That's what they'd expect, because it's closest. She could go west to Demon Eye and pick up provisions, clothing, and fresh horses.
He looked at Averill, who nodded assent.
Then she'd cross at Westgate and travel down through the shivering fens to Tamron and east to Odin's Ford.
The fens?
Captain Byrne frowned.
That'd be rough traveling. They're nearly impassable this time of year, and I've been hearing rumors of trouble with the water walkers.
There's a way, Eamon said. The road's not bad now, if you know where you're going.
Averill nodded agreement.
It's better that Raisa stays out of Arden. There's too much bloodshed there at present. Too much chance she'll be captured or killed.
At least the water walkers respect Hanalia's line.
In Arden, they refer to our queens as witches.
Who are the water walkers, Raisa thought, looking from Averill to Byrne. I am Hanalia's line, and I'm still the last to know anything.
Lord Demon Eye, with all due respect, I can't send the Princess Heir into the fens unprotected, Captain Byrne said. The Queen would be right to demand my head.
Eamon cleared his throat.
Sir, we could escort Raisa to Odin's Ford, Eamon said. The Grey Wolves, I mean. It's nearly time for us to return to Wean House anyway. All of the fourth-year cadets will be expected to travel together. That won't draw any attention. I know the fens, you know Lord Kadri's family, and I've stayed with them before. The princess can travel with my triple as a first-year plebe.
You're just fourth years,
Byrne said, shaking his head.
Hardly more than boys. It's too dangerous for everyone involved.
Averill put his hand on Captain Byrne's arm.
Eden, I think maybe the boy's idea is a good one, for two reasons. First, my daughter's best protection is to go unnoticed. I've traveled in the south as a trader, remember. We could send a whole salvo of guards with her, but they could still be overwhelmed by a larger force. There are armies of mercenaries, hundreds strong, roaming the countryside. Secondly, the Queen can't know we've had a hand in this, especially you. If you send any of the Queen's Guard with the princess, Mariana will know you were involved. That's treason in her eyes. You can't offer much protection to Mariana if you're in jail, and she needs your protection more than ever.
Byrne turned to Raisa as if she might be an ally.
What happens to your marriage prospects, Your Highness, if you're discovered traveling with a triple of soldiers? He said bluntly.
If I stay here, I'll end up married to a wizard, Raisa said, equally bluntly. What happens to my prospects then? Captain Byrne turned back to Averill, seeming to prefer to debate him than the Princess Heir.
Where would she stay at Odin's Ford? She can't live in the barracks. She needs someplace safe to lodge until we can get this sorted out.
Why couldn't I stay in the barracks? Raisa interjected.
Why couldn't I lodge there as a new cadet?
Captain Byrne made a pained face.
Your Highness, that's impossible. The Princess Heir living with a pack of soldiers?
Hanalia was a warrior queen, Raisa said. She killed the Demon King and led an army against the usurper when she wasn't much older than me.
That was a long time ago, Byrne said. Queens these days are less warlike, he said.
He looked at Eamon. Do you really think 9 cadets could keep a secret like this, all the way to Odin's Ford?
They can't give it away if they don't know about it, Eamon said. We'll pretend she's the daughter of some Chalkcliff noble. They already know her as Rebecca Morley. We'll say her father asked if she could travel with us to study at the Healer's Hall at Odin's Ford. She'll travel in the guise of a plebe for her own protection. There's a temple at Odin's Ford, Averill said. The princess could lodge there as a new dedicate. You know, this could be a blessing in disguise. Odin's Ford is a crossroads of ideas. She could learn a lot while in residence there.
She'll be vulnerable to kidnappers, fortune hunters, and younger sons, Byrne countered.
Not if they don't know who she is,
Averill said.
Besides, the peace of Odin's Ford will protect her. Even with the wars going on all around, it's held for more than 1,000 years.
She can't stay away for too long, Burns said. There's always the risk that Bayard will convince Mariana to name Melanie heir.
We can debate all this later, Raisa said, glancing back toward the castle, still buttoned up tight as a flatland corset. Once they've searched the castle, they'll be crossing the bridge. Captain Byrne, please tell the other cadets to meet their corporal at Demon Eye Camp. Corporal Byrne and I will ride on ahead.
Byrne stared at her a moment, then inclined his head. "Understood, Your Highness," he said, a faint smile overlaying his worry lines. "Corporal Byrne, a moment, please." Byrne drew his son aside, and the two joined in a brief, intense conversation that ended in an embrace. While they'd been talking, the stable boy had led the horses out. Byrne sent the boy off to bed. Raisa chose the smallest horse, a mare, and untied her reins from the rail. She turned to Eamon.
"Give me a leg up, if you please."
Eamon boosted her into the saddle and adjusted the stirrups to her small stature. Byrne gripped Eamon's hand in a soldier's double grip.
"Keep her safe,"
he said, looking his son in the eyes.
"And bring her back to us."
Eamon nodded, then mounted up himself.
"Travel safely, daughter,"
Averill said, tears pooling in his eyes, then streaming, unmoted, down his face. Byrne clapped him on the back.
"Let's go on to the castle, Lord Demon Eye,"
Byrne said, grinning.
"I want to see Gavin Bayard's face when we arrive alive."
The two men turned away. Raisa dug her heels into the mare's sides, and they clattered out of the stable yard and onto the way, leading their two spare horses. When they passed out of the city gates, Raisa turned and looked back at Fellsmarch Castle glittering in the morning sun. She was leaving it behind again, sooner than she had thought possible. Chapter 25. The End of Days. When Han returned to the stable after visiting the markets, Mary's fever was high again. It seemed to burn the flesh off her. Her face had grown noticeably drawn and thin just since he'd been home, and her skin had turned a sickly yellow. He'd seen it before. It was never a good sign. So he went to see the healer in Catgut Alley and made him come, promising to pay him double his price in a day or two. The man came, all sweaty and shifty-eyed, no doubt aware of Cuff's bloodthirsty reputation, and worried about the cost of failure. The healer fed Mary foul-smelling brews and burned an unidentified incense that released stinky yellow fumes into the room. After an hour in his presence, Han concluded he was a grifter, but Mam insisted Mary looked better afterward and breathed easier. The next morning, in desperation, Han left the city and walked all the way up Marisa Pine's trail, meaning to bring Willow back with him to tend Mary. When he arrived in camp, he learned she'd gone up Althea Mountain to midwife a birth. Bird was out with the Demon Eyes, and Dancer had gone with Willow, so overall it was a wasted trip. Han slept a few hours in the Matriarch Lodge, then returned to Fellsmarch, leaving word for Willow to come as soon as possible. Back in the city, he went straight to Southbridge Market, to Taz's shop. Though it was late in the day, Han knew the dealer slept in the back, so as not to leave his valuable inventory unguarded. Han needed money fast, and it wouldn't be long before the guard was onto him again, and he'd have to leave town for good. When Han peered through the shop windows, he saw the dealer standing behind his desk, furiously stuffing papers into a leather satchel, almost like he was packing to leave. Taz upset his cup of tea when the bell over the door announced Han's entry into the shop. When the dealer looked up and saw Han, he cracked an uneasy smile.
"Cuffs, there you are."
The big man madly blotted at the papers on his desk with a rag.
"Where have you been? I found a buyer for the carving you showed me. He's most anxious to see it."
Taz always called them carvings or art pieces. He never acknowledged the fact that they were both magical and illegal.
"Really?"
Han said. Was it his imagination, or did the dealer seem unusually nervous?
"He's met my minimum price, then?" Yes, he's good for it, though he wants to see the piece himself, of course. Do you have it on you?"
Taz squinted at Han as if he might see it glowing through his clothes. Han shook his head.
"No, but I can go get it."
He turned toward the door.
No, Taz said hastily. "As a matter of fact, the buyer is on his way here now. Serendipitous, isn't it, that you're here and he's coming?"
He wet his lips. Han was confused.
"But it does no good if I don't have the amulet," he said. "My client is most anxious to meet you," Taz said. "He has some questions about the piece. I'll collect my commission and you can take him to get it." "I'd rather do business here."
Han knew well the risks of selling swag in back alleys.
"I can be home and back in no time." "It was at home all along, then?"
Something in Taz's voice set off alarm bells in Han's head. He hadn't lived so long by ignoring his instincts.
"What do you mean?" he demanded. "Why do you ask?" Nothing, the dealer said, mopping sweat from his brow with the rag he'd used to wipe off the desk. "I just wondered where you'd hidden it, is all."
Before Taz could move or say another word, Han had him pressed against the wall with a knife at his throat.
"What did you tell the buyer, Taz?"
Han asked softly.
Nothing. I just described the piece, and he said it sounded like something he wanted to buy. That's all. I swear by the blood and bones of our sainted queens." "Did you tell him where I live?" Han demanded. "I never did, I swear it," Taz babbled. "He found out some other way." "Who's the buyer?" Han whispered, fear pricking him all over. "Who is it?" "A rich man. A wizard," Taz squeaked. "You wouldn't know him." "Who?" Han pressed the tip of his knife into Taz's skin.
Just then the bell over the door sounded again. Startled, Han turned his head just as the door opened. A man stood in the doorway. His expensive clothes and arrogant carriage said he was a rich man. His long stoles and the amulet that hung from a chain around his neck said he was a wizard. His mane of silver hair was streaked with wizard color. Taz saw his chance and took it. The dealer flung himself sideways, away from Han's knife, and scrambled on hands and knees across the floor toward the back door. The wizard in the doorway extended a hand lazily, touched the amulet at his neck, and spoke a word. Flame exploded from his fingertips and engulfed Taz Macney. The dealer's body twitched and shuddered for a moment, then lay still, smoking. The stench of burning flesh stung Han's nose, and he fought back the urge to vomit. "You must be Cuffs Alistair," the wizard said, spitting his name out like it tasted bad. "I've been looking for you for some time. You are amazingly evasive." Han swallowed hard and tried to keep from looking at Taz. "I don't even know you, and I don't want to either," he thought, though there was something familiar about the wizard's finely planed face and the falcons on his stole. "True," the wizard said. "We've not met, but you have something I want, something that was stolen from me." "You're mixing me up with someone else," Han said. "I got nothing of yours." "There was some confusion at first. I'd been told that a boy named Shiv stole the amulet. Imagine my distress when, after considerable persuasive effort on my part, and pain on his, I learned that Shiv, in fact, knew nothing, that I'd been misled." Han's heart stuttered. "You sent the demons," he whispered. "The ones that killed the Southies. The wizard examined his hands, shimmering with power.
Wizard assassins, actually, cloaked and glamoured up. Hysteria can be a useful tool in forcing a community to give up its own.
Why had this wizard gone after Shiv? What could he have done to draw the attention of this monster? And then the memory surfaced, like gas bubbling up through a mud pot. That day on Hanalea, the encounter with Micah Bayar when he'd taken the amulet. Bayar had asked Han who he was, and Han had told him, "They call me Shiv, Street Lord of Southbridge." It had been a thoughtless, throwaway lie, though some would see it as payback for years of bitter competition for a few nasty city blocks. He hadn't meant it that way, had he? Horrified, Han recalled that last meeting with Shiv, the street lord on his knees offering his allegiance, begging, "Call them off." Han had walked away from him, and Shiv's bloody, beaten, tortured body had been found 2 days later. Now Han knew that it was, after all, his fault. The dead Southies were dead because of his lie. Han judged the distance to the back door. There was no way to get there without being fried, same as Taz. "Who are you, anyway?" he asked, fighting off a growing suspicion.
"I'm Gavin Bayar," the stranger said. "Lord Bayar to you."
Bones, Han thought, struggling to keep his face a blank. Not just a wizard, but the High Wizard, the most powerful in the Fells, father of Micah Bayar.
"Well,"
Han said, swallowing dry spit,
"there you go. I'd be a fool to steal something of yours."
The wizard nodded.
"Exactly. And so I've been curious about you, thinking there may be more to you than meets the eye."
Bayar ran his eyes over Han, obviously unimpressed.
"The late Mr. Mackney tells me you are, how did he say it, street lord of the Ragger Gang. You're not a wizard, yet you are apparently able to handle an extremely powerful amulet without harm."
He sighed.
"It's unfortunate that my son chose to experiment with that particular piece."
He's going to kill me, Han thought. Otherwise he wouldn't be telling me all this.
"Look," Han said, "I'm just a street rat. I don't know anything about magic. I tossed the thing into an alley right after I showed Taz. It kept sparking, and I was afraid it would blow me to bits."
Han took 2 steps toward the door.
"I can show you about where it was if you want."
Once out in the street, he'd have a chance to break away. Bayar raised his hand to put a stop to the string of lies.
"I've already sent the guard after the amulet. In the meantime, I'll take you back to the dungeons at Airy House. I'll want to know about your connection with the clans and how much they know about the amulet. Soon it won't matter, but right now, I'd prefer they know as little as possible about the magical items we have at our disposal. Once I'm satisfied I've wrung you out completely, I'll kill you."
The wizard said it matter-of-factly.
"You've caused me considerable trouble. I mean to take my time."
But Han had fastened on something Bayar had said earlier.
"What do you mean you sent the guard after the amulet? You sent them where?" "Why, to your home. You live over a stable, I believe?"
Bayar's voice dripped contempt.
Han's insides turned to water. "It's not there," he said. "Call them off. I hid it somewhere else. I can show you." "If you did, I'm sure you'll tell me all about it," Bayar said. "Now, my carriage is outside. It would be much more civilized if you came quietly, but I'll use force if necessary."
Bayar smiled, his face as cold and hard as marble, and Han got the message. Han was nobody, a nothing, and he'd been a fool to go up against someone like Bayar, to steal an amulet from his son. Now he'd pay for it with his family and his life. He'd be whispered about throughout Southbridge and Ragmarket, an example to anyone who might think of crossing the Bayars in the future. He's like every other rich, powerful person, Han thought. He does whatever he likes, makes his own rules, breaks the law whenever it suits him, and never spends a day in jail. Shiv was dead because of him, and the 8 Southies, and no doubt countless others. Shiv had been Han's enemy, but still, he should count for more than that. And now, danger was heading straight for Mam and Mary. He had to get away. His knife was still in his hand. He shuffled forward, head down, the picture of surrender. As he passed by Bayar, he turned and plunged the blade into the wizard's side, just beneath the rib cage, ripping up and forward, metal scraping along bone. Warm blood welled over his knuckles. Bayar screamed and spun away, wrenching the knife from Han's hand. Han threw himself toward the door. Behind him, Bayar gasped out a charm. Flame coalesced around Han's shoulders, flowing down both arms, heating the cuffs on his wrists to scorching before dissipating. Once again, the cuffs had seemingly sucked up wizard magic. Outside, Han practically collided with a black carriage emblazoned with the emblem of a stooping falcon. Matched black horses snorted and tossed their heads, rolling their eyes. Han pounded his way through the market, twisting and turning around stalls and tents, leaping over smaller obstacles, pushing through crowds of people, running for the bridge. Southbridge and Ragmarket had never seemed farther apart. It was like one of those dreams when your feet are stuck in mud and you're trying to run from a monster. Only in this case, there were monsters ahead and behind. When he crossed the bridge, he had to dodge around clots of soldiers. Some sort of search seemed to be going on, but they weren't looking for him, because he was obviously on the run and no one stopped him. He was still a mile from Cobble Street when he saw the glow through the darkness ahead, the smudge of orange painting the lowering clouds. He sniffed the air. Something was burning, something big, shooting flames into the air. When he reached the end of Cobble Street, he saw it. The stable was ablaze, completely engulfed by now. An inferno. The heat had driven the residents to the end of the street, where they stood in unhappy clumps, staring helplessly at the burning building. A ring of bluejackets surrounded the stable, keeping potential heroes away. Not that they could have got near it anyway. The heat from the flames scorched Han's face from where he stood. Some of the bystanders had assembled a bucket brigade, pumping water from the Cobble Street well, a remarkable show of organization for that neighborhood. But all they could do was wet down the surrounding buildings to keep the flames from spreading. Han grabbed the arm of a gawker.
"What happened?" "'Twas them, the bloody bluejackets."
He jerked his head at the soldiers guarding the burning stable.
"Someone said they be searching for Cuffs Alistair, though he ain't been seen around here for weeks. I heard he was dead. Anyways, they said he lived there and buried his treasure there. They went into the building, searched the place from top to bottom, tossed the other buildings on the square, even dug up the ground, then set fire to the place. It went up like tinder."
Han gripped his arm tighter.
"Did the guard take anyone away? Did anyone get out?"
The man pulled free, shaking his head.
"Didn't see no one, but I wasn't here when it started. Don't know if there was any people in there. You could hear the horses screaming something awful, kicking at the stalls, but even then it was too hot to get to him."
Han circled around and tried to come at the stable from the rear, but the bluejackets were thick, and he was again driven back by heat and flame. He wet his shirt at the pump and wrapped it around his head, determined to get past them or die trying. He was passing the mouth of Butcher's Alley when someone stepped out in front of him. It was Cat, Her face smudged in soot, a scorched ragger scarf knotted around her neck.
"It's no good, Cuffs. They're gone. You can't help them. You'll just get caught or burned to death yourself." "I don't care."
Han tried to dodge around her, but somebody grabbed him from behind, pinning his arms and relieving him of his knife.
"Leave it, mate,"
Flynn said over his shoulder. His own raggers turning on him.
"Let go of me, Flynn,"
he said, struggling to free himself.
"If it was your mam and sis, you'd go after them." "I already tried,"
Kat said, her voice breaking. She looked frantic, not like herself.
"We all did. We even went over the roofs before the fire got too big. I'm so sorry, mate," she whispered. "So sorry." "I know where they'll be," Han said. "I can get to them. I know I can." Mary would be lying on her pallet next to the hearth. Mam would be with her. Mam was smart. She'd have wrapped wet blankets around them both. They'd be scared, but... "I ain't gonna let you kill yourself,"
Kat said.
"Been enough killing tonight."
Kat jerked her head toward the back of the alley, and the raggers hauled him, kicking and protesting, swearing and throwing punches, away from the fire. They dragged him most of the way to the warehouse they used as headquarters before he finally quit struggling. Once there, they stuck him in a corner with Flynn and Jonas watching over him, while Kat and Sari whispered in the other corner. "Where's Velvet?" Han wondered distractedly. Han shivered and shuddered through the rest of the night, alternately freezing and sweating. He thought it was shock, or rage, or maybe an aftermath of what Gavin Bayar had done to him with his magic. But by morning, he realized he'd caught Mary's fever. "Let me die," he thought gratefully, giving himself up to it. He was out of his head for a while, hours or days, he wasn't sure. When he woke, he saw Willow's face looking down at him with an expression of such sorrow that he found he wanted to make her feel better. She cradled him in her arms and rocked him and fed him willow bark and matriarch's tea, which was apparently good for summer fever because it broke soon after. Somehow he'd ended up back at Southbridge Temple in one of the little sleeping rooms that led out onto the courtyard. A week passed before he was able to get up, and by then Flynn reported that the Bluejackets had lost interest in the remains of the stable and had moved on to whatever other murders they meant to commit. Kat and the raggers had guarded the site, keeping nearby residents from claiming any spoils. Afraid of what he might find, but no longer worried about who might be watching, Han poked through the rubble of his former home until he found them. 2 bodies huddled close together amid the ruins of the chimney, one big, one small, too charred to recognize or to tell what had been done to them before they died.
"The smoke would have put them to sleep, Haunts alone,"
Willow said. She'd scarcely left him alone for a minute these past 7 days.
"They probably didn't feel much pain."
Probably. It wasn't good enough. Han found Mam's locket that was her mother's, half melted from the heat, and Mary's charred little book of stories, the one she'd wanted to read to him when he'd been in too big a hurry to listen. He tucked those into his carry-bag. In mid-morning, Willow walked to the market to buy food for the road. Han took that opportunity to pull the wrapped amulet from its hiding place in the blacksmith's furnace and drop it into his bag as well. He'd sacrificed too much for the thing to leave it behind. Without a second glance at Cobble Street, he walked to Kat's crib in the warehouse, where he knew she'd be during the day. Sari and Flynn were playing Nix and Bones. Sweets and Jonas were teasing a couple of stripy cats with bits of string. Kat's mandolin leaned against the wall, but no cat and no Velvet. Sari scrambled to her feet when Han entered, an expectant, guarded look on her face.
"Hey,"
she said. Han didn't waste time on pleasantries.
"Where's Kat?"
he asked.
"Dunno."
She shrugged.
Ain't seen her for days. Velvet neither. Thought she was with you, maybe," she said hopefully.
Han shook his head.
"I've been sick. Anyway, when Kat comes back, tell her she can have the place in Pilfer Alley."
Sari blinked at him, then took his arm and led him away from the others.
"Why? Ain't you staying?" she demanded.
He shrugged.
"I'm going away for a while."
She searched his face.
"But you'll need it later, right?"
He shook his head.
"No, I won't."
Her grip on his arm tightened.
"You're not going to do nothing crazy, are you?"
"Nah." Sari cleared her throat and stared at the brick wall.
"We thought maybe you was going to come back, be street lord again, with your family gone and all."
She looked at him, then away.
"We'd all swear to you, Cuffs. You have a street lord. Cat'll come back."
But Han had an uneasy feeling. Street lords didn't live long in Ragmarket. Could the Southies have found her on her own? If there were any Southies left. Once again, he felt the knife of guilt in his gut. It was like he was the sole survivor of a terrible plague. Why did he deserve to live when everyone around him died? He looked up at Sari, who was still waiting, as if hoping for a different answer.
"Kat doesn't come back. Maybe you can be street lord," he said. "You want to stay away from me. There's still wizards hunting for me. I don't want anybody else to get hurt."
Sari chewed on her lower lip. Han knew she had something to say, but she'd never been very good with words.
"Look, Cuffs, I'm real sorry about what happened to your mom and sister,"
Sari said. She untied the rag around her neck and tied it around Han's.
"Anyways, once a ragga, you know."
There wasn't much to add to that, so he left. Later, Willow found him standing in the rain on Southbridge, looking past Fellsmarch Castle to where Grey Lady brooded, shrouded in mist. Willow loaded him onto a horse, and they rode back to Marisa Pines. He climbed onto a sleeping bench in the matriarch lodge and slept for 3 more days. Chapter 26. Secrets Revealed. Dancer came and sat with him most days, not saying much, just being there. They were brothers in grief, each mourning multiple losses, each an exile of sorts. Dancer, at least, had some grip on the future, even if he wasn't happy about it. He didn't have to feel responsible for the death of his family, for ruining his own life. Han wanted to blame Bird for discouraging him from following her to Demon Eye. Maybe if she'd allowed him to come, he wouldn't have been desperate enough to try to sell the amulet. He wanted to be mad at her, but his heart wasn't in it, and when she pulled him into her arms, it was a welcome distraction at least. The Demon Eye would stay until Dancer left, but that time was fast approaching. Then Bird would leave for Demon Eye. After that, Han saw nothing ahead, nothing to look forward to. Willow, who was usually so serene, seemed edgy, almost distraught. Han attributed it to the way Dancer was acting and the prospect of his forced departure for the South. And maybe it was a little about Han's situation, because she treated him differently than before, almost as if he were fragile, or as if he might explode if she looked at him the wrong way. Some days it seemed just possible he might, that the alchemy of pain and rage and guilt and frustration would combust inside him. Mam and Mary had been no threat to Gavin Bayar, or Micah Bayar, or the bloody Queen of the Fells. Han might fancy himself a powerful street lord, but in truth, the bit of swag he'd managed to take off the rich was mere crumbs from their table. So little as to be scarcely noticed. For that he'd been beaten in the streets, pitched into jail, hunted all his life. He'd thought Shiv was his enemy. Shiv was just another victim of the Queen and the Wizard Council and all the rest.
the street lords spent their time battling each other when they should have been fighting those who had the real power. It would serve them right if he gathered his quiver and bow and blades and climbed Grey Lady to the Bayard compound and showed them what it was like to be hunted. He was likely to fail at that as well. There was no chance he'd get anywhere near his real enemies, the ones that pulled the strings. At most, a few bodyguards and servants would die. Willow held long meetings with the elders in the visitors' lodge late at night, which was surprising because such meetings were usually held in the matriarch lodge. Maybe, he thought, they didn't want him and Dancer to be privy to their deliberations. He could stay with Willow and study healing, make a little money as an apprentice, and see Bird now and then when she traveled to Marisa Pines. If, after a year, he wanted to leave, he'd put the money he'd saved toward the warrior school at Odin's Ford. It was that or back to the streets. Either way, he was unlikely to have to worry about growing old. Finally, one sultry night when Dancer was within a week of leaving, Willow called a meeting at the matriarch lodge. Han and Bird came from their hideout by the river, where they'd spent the afternoon before sluicing off the hot stickiness of the day. He'd pulled on clan leggings Willow had made for him and a summer shirt of cotton. Bird had left off her warrior garb for once. She wore an embroidered deerskin vest with no shirt underneath and full trader skirts. She'd laced a beaded anklet Han had given her around her right ankle, and Han couldn't help staring at her tanned and muscled legs as they flashed beneath her brightly colored skirts. He looked down at himself, wondering if she noticed him the way he noticed her. When Han and Bird entered the lodge, he was surprised to see it was packed full of people, many of them unfamiliar. The clans were great for holding councils. He and Bird found a seat on a bench by the door and sat, hands clasped, hips squeezed tightly together. Han was pleased she chose to sit with him, rather than huddle next to the fire with the other Demon Eye warriors. Willow opened the meeting. "Thank you for coming, to our Marisa Pines brethren, as well as those who've journeyed from Demon Eye, Rissa, and escarpment camps." Han and Bird had been whispering together, but Han looked up, startled at Willow's words. This must be an important meeting for the Rissa and escarpment camps to have sent representatives. "Please share our fire and all we have," Willow said. There was a murmur of greeting from the visitors from other camps. Han spotted Lord Averill and Elena Demon Eye standing behind Willow. Once again, Han wondered if Averill would remember him from the incident at Southbridge Temple. And indeed, Averill's eyes lingered on Han for a long moment of appraisal. But this night, Averill had other things on his mind. "Lord Demon Eye has brought news from the Vale," Willow said. Lord Demon Eye looked around the circle, and the buzz of conversation died away. The patriarch looked older and wearier than when Han had last seen him. He also looked as if he'd been in a fight, which seemed so out of character Han couldn't help paying attention. "I bring troubling news, as Willow has said," Lord Demon Eye said. "The power of the High Wizard grows stronger by the day. Lord Bayard exerts tremendous influence over the Queen. So much so, in fact, that Queen Mariana means to marry our daughter, Rissa, the princess heir, to Bayard's son, the wizardling Micah Bayard." This was greeted by a clamor of protest and cries of alarm and disbelief. Beside Han, Bird stiffened and leaned forward, the light from the torches gilding the hard planes of her face. "That can't happen," she whispered. They deserve each other, Han thought. "I accept the blame for this," Lord Demon Eye went on. "I must confess, I didn't see it coming. In fact, Captain Byrne and I were attacked and nearly murdered on our way back from Chalk Cliffs on Rissa Anna Mariana's name day." This was met by another storm of disapproval. Han glanced over at the Demon Eye warriors. They didn't shout and demonstrate with the others, but stood silent and alert, and looked more dangerous because of it.
"I cannot believe Her Majesty approved our murders,"
Lord Demon Eye said wryly.
"Yet we must not underestimate Lord Bayar's potential for treachery. They intended to marry the Princess Heir and young Bayar on her name day, while Captain Byrne and I were, otherwise occupied."
He paused, then added,
"Fortunately, Princess Raisa has escaped into exile."
Han heard shouts of, "Thank the Maker," and
"Where is she?" and "Our daughter Raisa should take refuge here with her family within the Highland camps."
At this point, Elena Demon Eye stepped forward, her aged face etched with new lines of worry.
"My granddaughter is safe for now. We believe it best if she doesn't stay here with us, but in some more neutral place outside the realm. To hold the princess here, against the Queen's wishes, would be too great a provocation. We hope that there is still a chance to save Mariana. I don't wish to go to war against her."
The Demon Eye warriors, Bird included, looked to be more than willing to go to war with the Queen. One thing they could agree on. Han despised them all, the Queen, the wizards, and the Princess Heir. It was the Queen's guard that had burned the stable down, and Mam and Mary with it, likely on orders from the High Wizard. They could all go to the breaker as far as he was concerned.
"We must, however, be realistic and prepare for what we would rather avoid," Elena said. "If they've found a way to break the magical binding between the High Wizard and the Queen, it's likely that the Bayars hold some magical weapons that were made before the breaking. We don't know if they have held them all along, or if they have recently acquired them."
Feeling a prickle of unease, Han leaned aside to Bird and asked,
"Why is that important?" "The clan still makes the amulets that are necessary to channel magic," she said, "but these days they have a limited lifespan. They must be renewed or replaced by a clan master or matriarch. That gives us some control over the Wizard Council. The amulets made before the breaking were extremely powerful. Once given, they cannot be taken back. It was a condition of the naming that all such pieces be returned to the clan."
Han thought of the amulet hidden beneath his sleeping bench. Could that be one of those special amulets? Was that why the Bayars were so anxious to get it back? He should have thrown it into the ravine, as Dancer had suggested the day they'd found it.
"For now," Averill said, "we're asking all clan traders to observe a moratorium on trade in amulets, talismans, and other magical pieces. We can't allow the Wizard Council to collect a greater armory than they already have."
He massaged his forehead with the heel of his hand. "I know that this will be a hardship on many of us who rely on that trade."
"The Wizard Council will see this as a provocation," Bird whispered to Han, "especially with the war in the south going on. They'll say that they need a steady supply of amulets to train their young and defend the fells against the southerners. If wizards convince the Queen this is true, what will happen to clansfolk working or trading in the city?"
There was more discussion of safeguards against possible violence in the Vale and alternatives to the markets for those who relied on trade for their income.
"I will continue to work from the inside at court to exert whatever influence I can to turn them from this path," Averill said. "I'm worried about you, Averill," Willow said. "There's already been one attempt on your life." The trader shrugged. "Life is as long or short as it is," he said. "The Maker will call me when he is ready." "If we could just persuade Mariana to come to Marisa Pines, we might be able to cleanse her of whatever magical charm has been laid on her," Willow said. "She's unlikely to be persuaded with Bayar whispering in her ear," Elena said sourly. Reed Demon Eye spoke for the first time. "We could seize the Queen," he said, "and bring her here ourselves." His gang of warriors murmured approval. Reed looked around the lodge as if assessing the backbone of his audience, then added, "Should anything happen to Mariana, we could crown the princess heir." "No, Reed," Elena said. "We are not queen-makers. Mariana Honorissa is the blooded queen of the Fells and the descendant of Hanalea. Any attack on her will bring nothing but misfortune to us." Reed shrugged, but Han could tell he hadn't let go of the idea. The council came to an end, and the attendees drifted out, talking in twos and threes. Han knew all the guest houses and fire circles would be crowded with people talking long into the night. Conscious of their dwindling hours together, Han leaned close to Bird and whispered, "Let's go back down by the river." But Willow put a hand on his shoulder, startling him. He hadn't heard her approach. "Stay a while, Hansalone. We need to speak with you." "All right," he said, wondering, who's we? Bird stood, and Han said, "Can Bird stay?" Willow shook her head. Perplexed and a little annoyed, Han said to Bird, "Wait outside, will you? This shouldn't take too long." "I won't wait forever, Huntsbird," Bird said, grinning at him. She swept out in a swish of skirts. After everyone exited, Averill, Elena, Dancer, and Willow remained, all sitting around the hearth. Dancer looked as bewildered as Han. Han began to feel apprehensive. Willow's expression had bad news all over it. He didn't know Averill and Elena very well, and he'd always been a little afraid of them. Maybe Willow was going to withdraw her offer to train him in healing, or the elders were going to banish him because he'd continued to see Bird in defiance of Willow's warning. Maybe Averill wanted to ask questions about the girlie he'd kidnapped at Southbridge Temple a lifetime ago. Or they could have found out about the amulet hidden under his sleeping bench. Too many possibilities, all of them bad. Just then, the door to the lodge opened, and Lucius Frowsley came in, which was possibly the most surprising thing that could have happened. Lucius traded with the clan, but Han had never seen him in any of their camps before. The old man looked less derelict than usual. Although his breeches and shirt were torn, they were clean and finely made, and he'd made some attempt to put his hair and beard into order. His filmy eyes were clearer than usual, and he leaned on an elaborately carved walking stick. Han could have sworn he was sober. That was frightening in itself. Han rose from his bench. "Lucius, what are you doing here?" "You'll see soon enough, boy," Lucius said. The old man seemed almost smug. Han took his arm and led him to one of the benches. Lucius sat down with the others. Willow rose and stood at the center of the half-circle. She was obviously in charge of this rough assembly. "Hansalone, I want to begin by asking your forgiveness," Willow said. Han stared at her for a long moment, temporarily speechless. "Why? What for? If you're talking about Mam and Mary, that wasn't your fault." "In a way, it was," Willow said, looking away from him and lacing her fingers together nervously. That was unlike her, because usually she was very straightforward. She just seemed to be having trouble spitting this story out. "No," he said, "it was my fault. I was the one who brought the guard down on them. I should have just stayed away." He didn't mention the amulet. Dancer knew about it, and Lucius did, but neither of them knew what had happened after, or that he still had it. Han was ashamed he'd kept it, ashamed he'd tried to sell it. That was the story he had trouble telling. "We've kept a secret from you all this time," Willow said, "for many reasons. Partly to protect you, mostly to protect everyone else. But now, for many reasons, we've decided to tell you the truth." Han said nothing, but sat and waited,
his heart flapping in his chest like a trout stranded on the riverbank. Willow rose and handed Han a jug of tea and a cup. He gazed at them stupidly, then looked up at Willow.
"Have some," she said. "It will calm you."
So he needed calming, did he, before he heard this news? He poured, then cautiously sipped the muddy brew. The fragrance was familiar, though he'd never tasted it before. Rowan. Protection against magic and hexes. Did they think he'd been hexed by somebody? Were they worried about the jinx Lord Bayar had used on him? He looked up at Willow in surprise, but again she avoided his gaze. Han swallowed down more tea. Perhaps Rowan had soothing properties he'd never heard of. Plants were like that. They had multiple uses. To Han's surprise, it was Lucius who spoke.
"Boy, you remember that story I told you down by the creek, about Hannaleah and Alger Waterlow, the one you didn't like?"
Han nodded, then, remembering Lucius couldn't see him, said,
"Yes."
"Well, it was true, every bit of it. What I didn't tell you was that when Waterlow died, Hannaleah was with child. Twins, in fact."
"What?"
This was utterly contrary to all of the old stories. Hannaleah was practically a saint, the savior of her people. Somehow, all the legends skipped over what might have happened between Hannaleah and the demon after he'd stolen her away.
"I never heard that,"
he said.
"Not many knew. After Waterlow was killed, everyone was caught up in the breaking, trying to save the world and like that. After Hannaleah negotiated the naming, she went into seclusion. Wasn't nobody going to bother her after all she'd been through. She married then, quietly, and had the babies, a boy and a girl. Everyone assumed they were issue of the marriage."
Lucius's face slumped into a fleshy puddle of pain.
"They were her only children. It was as if she refused to have any but Waterlows. Their daughter, Alyssa, established the new line of queens. Fortunately, she displayed no sign of wizardry, though it is said the gift of prophecy that runs in Hannaleah's line may come from Waterlow."
"You're saying the line of queens descends from the blood of the Demon King?"
Han whispered.
"It does," Elena said, almost defensively. "His blood may be tainted, but the pure blood of Hannaleah is much stronger."
She paused, biting her lower lip.
"We had no choice. Alyssa was her only issue. Since then, the demon's blood has been diluted many times."
Well, no wonder that story was kept quiet, if it was true. The dynasty of queens was founded on a lie.
"What about the boy?"
Han asked.
Lucius laughed softly. "The boy was a problem, because there was no doubt he was gifted. Word went out to the few who knew about it that the baby died shortly after birth and was buried in an unmarked grave. But I happen to know that the baby lived."
"Why would they let it live?"
Han asked. After everything the demon had done, weren't they worried that the son would go bad too?
"The Demon Eye warriors meant to kill him. They handed him to a clan matriarch and told her to drop him off a high cliff. It was seen as a great honor for the matriarch at the time."
Instinctively, Han glanced at Elena. She was leaning forward, her face set in hard, defiant lines. Lucius turned back toward Han, as if he could sense his location in the room.
"But Hannaleah intervened. Dressed as a trader, she came to the matriarch and offered a trade. She offered to give up her child forever in exchange for sparing his life."
An image suddenly came to Han, of a marble statue in the South Bridge Temple garden. It was an old piece, worn down by weather. Jemson said it was made around the time of the breaking and had been carried there from somewhere else. It was an image of Hannaleah in trader garb, an unusual presentation. The warrior queen cradled a baby in one arm and wielded a sword in the other, fending off an unseen attacker. It was called Hanalea Defending the Children. It never occurred to Han that the scene was more than symbolic, that it might depict a real event. Lucius continued his story.
The clan couldn't say no to Hanalea, especially after all she'd done, all she'd been through. Yet the matriarch didn't wish to turn the boy loose in the world, to grow up unsupervised. So a very small, very secret council was convened to determine what to do.
Thoughts swirled through Han's head. Here it was, another story that contradicted everything he'd heard before. Who knew what to believe anymore? He looked at Dancer to assess his reaction. His friend sat, transfixed, absently toying with the fringes on his leggings. Dancer had never heard Lucius tell a story, had never seen how he could draw a person in.
"How do you know all this?"
Han asked, meaning, where'd you get this story? Did you find it at the bottom of a bottle of product?
"I was the one that married Hanalea after Alger died," Lucius said. "You?"
Han said it louder than he intended. He looked around the circle and saw the truth in every face, as if he and Dancer were the only ones not in on this particular secret. This old man, who bathed once a month at best, had been married to a queen? And not just a queen, the queen who'd saved the world. A legendary beauty preserved in countless statues, etchings, and paintings.
"That's impossible,"
Han said flatly.
"No offense, Lucius, but, come on. You'd be 1,000 years old." I am over 1,000, though I quit counting a long time ago,"
Lucius said, smiling, revealing his intermittent teeth.
"Look at me close, and you'll see the mark of every one of those years. I was a wizard once, Alger Waterloo's best friend. I was blinded in the breaking, and my gift was burned right out of me."
His voice changed, and he sounded like a blue blood.
"The council that wrote the naming chose me to carry the memory of those times, to remind Hanalea of it in case her memory faded. I was cursed with the truth and the compulsion to tell it. That's what keeps me alive. This way, no matter how much everyone wants to forget, there's someone who remembers everything, clear as if it were yesterday."
Han couldn't help thinking that he wouldn't choose a scruffy old drunk for the job if it was that important. Well-spoken or not, who'd listen to him? Then it struck him. Maybe it was the burden of carrying a truth that no one wanted to hear that had made Lucius a scruffy old drunk. A memory came back from that afternoon on the banks of Old Woman Creek, Lucius telling the story of Hanalea and Alger Waterloo. She bent her knee for the greater good and married somebody she didn't love. Meaning himself. Han shivered, feeling sorry for Lucius, but sorry only went so far. "What's all this got to do with me and Dancer?" Han asked, thinking of Bird, who'd be waiting impatiently outside, unless she'd already given up. The world was full of secrets, apparently, but maybe he didn't need to know them all. "You'll see," Elena said. There was no rushing a clan story. "As you can imagine, there was bitter disagreement about what to do with the demon's gifted child, who might grow to be an extremely powerful wizard. The Demon Eye warriors still argued that the child should be killed, whatever Hanalea said, but the boy inherited something of Alger's charm. There was something about the Waterloos. They had a way about them." Here it was again. People talking about the Demon King as if he were handsome, attractive, someone a queen could fall in love with, instead of a heartless monster.
In addition to Hannah, it was Hannah's consort, Lucius Frowsley, who argued most persuasively for the boy's life, Elena said, looking at Lucius. There was no love between those two, Han thought. Because this child was brother to the Princess Heir and a wizard, there was concern that he might align himself with the Wizard Council. He might even try to establish a line of blooded wizard kings and prove a threat to the sitting queens, Averil said. In the end, the Elder Council chose mercy. The decision was made to allow the boy to live, but to remove him from Hannah's care, to bind and control his magical gift so it wasn't apparent. The boy's ancestry was hidden from himself and everyone else in order to prevent them from using his line for their own ends. We've been watching over the boy's descendants ever since, ensuring that they pose no threat to the Queen. Averil shrugged. Was that a good decision? It's been 1,000 years, but we still don't know. But recent events have forced us to reconsider it. Given the threat from Arden, a protracted war between wizards and the clan might be the end of the realm. For generations, our Council of Elders has tracked the descendants of the Demon King, Elena said. The magical trait has remained virulent when it manifests, but has appeared less and less often, perhaps moderated by those who married in. Right now, we know of only one living gifted descendant, a male child. So? What? You're gonna hunt him down and kill him because of who his ancestor was? Han asked. Because he might join the Wizard Council and somehow threaten the Queen? Was that why they were here? Did they expect him and Dancer to help with that? The question seemed to startle Averil. No. He looked over at Elena, who always seemed to take the tough questions. It occurred to the original council that there might be an advantage to a line of wizards, relations to the Queen, who might support the throne in times of conflict, particularly in a conflict with wizards, Elena added delicately. We've learned through bitter experience that green magic has its limitations. I'll bet the Demon Eye warriors love that idea, Han thought. Therefore, we have required that each gifted descendant of the Demon King be fostered in the camps, Elena said, so that we can teach them about clan ways and, we hope, bind their fortunes and hearts to our own. For generations we have done this. The secret passes through clan elders. We've never had to reveal it until now. That is why we've convened this council. She gestured at the others in the lodge. And then Han finally understood, a truth that should have been apparent all along, despite the circuitous ways of clan stories. The mysterious gifted descendant was Dancer. It had to be. Fire Dancer. It was an apt name for the get of a wizard. Dancer was gifted, and now the magic that had lain hidden so long was pouring out. Han glanced sideways at his friend, who seemed to be deep in his own thoughts, oblivious to Han's epiphany. Had Dancer known? Had he ever suspected? Was he really Willow's child, or had they only pretended so he could be housed with the matriarch, the wisest woman at Marisa Pines? Well, if they meant to target Dancer, Han would have his back, though he couldn't say what help he could provide to a wizard. Han was so involved in his own thoughts that he didn't quite follow when Elena began speaking again in the rich cadence of the matriarch. This council calls forward Hans alone, whose flatland name is Hansen Alistair. There was a long moment of silence while Han waited for someone else to answer. What? He said stupidly. What did you say? It's you, Hans alone, Willow said, taking his hands in hers. You are Waterloo's only living gifted descendant.
Chapter 27. Gifted.
"No,"
Han said, pulling his hands free.
"What are you talking about? I'm not gifted. You want Dancer."
He looked at Dancer for support, but his friend had the same look on his face as everyone else, mingled wariness and hope.
"But you are gifted,"
Willow said.
"Even at birth, you manifested so strongly that your mother nearly died in childbirth. I tended you both. I called in Elena Sinestra."
Han shook his head, backing away until he came up against the sleeping bench. Elena came and stood in front of him. He felt cornered, even though he towered over her.
"I made your bracelets,"
she said, touching his silver cuffs.
"They absorb magic, your own as well as any used against you. They protect you and also prevent you from using magic yourself, accidentally or on purpose. They keep you from giving off the aura of magic or storing it in an amulet. All of the gifted descendants of Waterloo have worn them, from that first child of Alger's."
She paused, then added,
"His name was Alistair."
Han lifted his arms and stared at his cuffs as if he'd never seen them before. He remembered when Gavin Bayar had jinxed him, and the flames seemed to flow into his cuffs and disappear. He recalled how the demon assassins in Southbridge had attacked him with magic, and it had seemed to roll off him. How, despite Micah Bayar's warning, he'd picked up the serpent amulet, feeling its sting, but remaining otherwise unharmed. That same amulet had thrown the Southies against the wall. Han Alistair, street lord of the Raggers, a wayward hustler with blood on his hands and a grudge in his heart, and too many enemies to count. Han Alistair was also a wizard who could shoot flame out of his fingers and fling jinxes and bend others to his will. Han Alistair was the descendant of a madman who had ravished a queen and broke the world. Or he was the final representative of a love that had defied convention, and those who paid the price for it. Shiv's words came back to him.
"What is it about you? People can't stop talking about you, telling stories. It's all I hear about. Cuffs Alistair this, cuffs Alistair that. It's like you're golden."
But Han didn't come from royal blood. He was the son of a laundress and a soldier.
"Your grandfather wore the bracelets also,"
Elena said, as if she'd read his mind.
"He was fostered at escarpment camp."
She paused, and a flicker in her eyes said she was covering over a secret.
"The gift didn't manifest in your father. He died never knowing about his lineage."
"What did you tell my mother?"
Han found himself asking.
"Did she know what the cuffs were for?"
Elena shook her head.
"We told her you had been possessed by a demon while still in the womb, that the cuffs would protect you, that she couldn't tell you the truth because it would make you vulnerable to evil."
The matriarch said this with no trace of apology. Han stared at her, horrified. It was no wonder Ma'am had always seemed convinced that he would fall prey to the siren call of the streets. Even when he left the life, she always questioned it, never believed he'd reformed. That lie had been a barrier between them. He recalled one of their last conversations.
"You're cursed, Han Alistair," she said, "and you'll come to no good. We arranged to foster you each summer at Marisa Pines," Elena went on. "We paid your mother a small stipend."
"So you paid my mother to let you take me?"
Han said, his voice cracking.
"She didn't ask any questions?"
Wouldn't Ma'am have wondered why the clan was interested in him? Not if it brought in a little money. People with nothing don't have the luxury of asking questions.
"Your mother hoped it would be good for you to get out of the city," Willow said. "She hoped it would keep you out of the street life, that you might learn a fresh air trade, that it might protect you from that early damage."
Han felt under siege as he never had in the camps before. They had always been a place of safety, of refuge. And here it had all been just another game of slide-hand. Willow and Elena and the others were nothing more than grifters in clan garb. He'd been made a fool of, stung like a loaded mark on the streets of Ragmarket.
And so, you took me because you thought I might go insane and break the world like Alger Waterlow?
Han wanted to sound cold, matter-of-fact, indifferent, but he was having trouble keeping the tremor out of his voice.
Alger Waterlow was not insane,
Lucius growled, startling Han, who'd forgotten he was there. He glared sightlessly around the lodge.
I don't care what you all say.
Ah, Han thought bitterly. I should be reassured because crazy Lucius Frowsley says my ancestor wasn't crazy.
Hunsalone, you've been like a son to me,
Willow said.
Maybe it began as an obligation, but now, you're not my mother,
Han said, indulging a cold, mean place inside of him.
I had a mother, and she's dead.
Avril, at least, had the grace to look embarrassed.
I'm sorry. We know this is too much to take in all at once. So what's this all about?
Han said, anxious to get it over with, to get out of their presence so he could deal with it on his own. He was beginning to worry that his street face would fail him.
Why are you telling me this now, after all this time? We believe that these are the most dangerous times since the breaking,
Willow said. Gavin Bayar represents a grave threat to the Queen and the royal line. The power of the Wizard Council is growing, and they very nearly married one of their own to the Princess Heir.
What does that have to do with me?
Han asked.
We have told you this because you have a choice, Elena said. We will leave the cuffs on, and you can continue much as you have been. If you would like to stay at Marisa Pines, Willow will teach you the art of healing.
What about Demon Eye Camp? Could I go there? Han demanded, knowing he was testing Elena's patience.
That depends, Elena said, looking over at Dancer, on how well this secret can be kept. If you are known to be a wizard, your life will be in danger at Demon Eye, even if you wear the cuffs. Above all, no one must know whose blood you carry.
Han looked into her hard warrior face and wondered.
Does she mean the Demon Kings or Hanalea's?
So, the demon warriors don't know about me? Han asked, thinking of Bird, and Reed Demon Eye. Elena shook her head.
None except Lord Demon Eye and me. If you decided to keep the cuffs on, it's best if they don't.
Han massaged his forehead. His cup of tea had gone cold.
You said I had a choice.
Elena looked him in the eyes.
We will remove the cuffs, Hunsalone, on the condition that you go to Mistwork House at Odin's Ford with Fire Dancer and learn to control and use this gift the Maker has given you. We will sponsor you, provide your amulet, and pay your master's fees and board. When you complete the courses, you will come back here and use your skills on behalf of the clan and the true line of blooded queens.
Han stared at her. So wizards are all right as long as they're working for you? Apparently so, he thought, since they all shrugged and looked away.
Why me?
Han said.
Why not Dancer? He's a wizard, and he's not likely to go mad on you.
Just then he was rather taken with the notion of going mad, of breaking things. It seemed like a good out.
If Gavin Bayar has been able to break the binding placed on him when he was elevated to High Wizard, he must have used old magic, Averil said. We're worried about what else the Bayars have hidden away. If they have access to old amulets, they can use them to win other wizards to their side. We'll need someone very powerful to oppose them, more powerful than Dancer. What makes you think I'm so powerful? Han asked. I've never done anything magical. I put the cuffs on you when you were just a baby,
Elena said. Her expression said it was an experience she wouldn't care to repeat.
I know what you're capable of.
Lucius broke into a high, wheezing laugh.
The thing is, everybody knows what young Alger Waterlow could do, boy, he said. They're hoping you take after your many greats, Grandpa. Except for the destroying the world part, they're hoping to keep you on a tighter leash.
So, Han said, you're looking for a magical sellsword, a mercenary. Elena Demoni shook her head.
We are looking for a champion, someone who will support the camps against the Wizard Council should the need arise. We cannot wait to see what the Bayars have planned. You need training, and that takes time.
And if I refuse, you'll send Dancer against the Wizard Council on his own?
Elena nodded. We'll have no choice.
The clan elders were focused on Han, intent on persuasion. They kept talking about Dancer like he wasn't even there, which irritated Han. What if they removed the cuffs, and it turned out Han's powers were a flash in the pan, a spark that burned out almost immediately? He would have all his same problems and lose the protection the cuffs provided. The next time Gavin Bayar flamed him, he'd go down. Besides, he knew better than to make a deal when he didn't know all the details. What if you take the cuffs off and I refuse to carry out my end of the bargain? Han asked. How do you know I'll go to Odin's Ford? How do you know I'll side with you against the wizards if it comes to that?
Hunt's alone, Willow said in a rush. Of course you'll keep your word.
Lord Averil raised his hand. No, the boy needs to know. The patriarch faced Han.
If we remove the restraints, and you fail to do what you promised, we will hunt you down and kill you.
I bet Reed Demoni gets that assignment, Han thought, his neck prickling with unease. Even though he'd been hunted his whole life, he'd always been able to take refuge in the camps when things got hot. This time, that sanctuary would be closed to him. The Demoni matriarch stepped in close to Han, her deep-set eyes fixed on his face as if she thought he might be wavering.
Willow tells us you have lost your family at Lord Bayar's hands, she said. This could be your chance to take your revenge.
Elena Sinestra, Willow said. Revenge never satisfies the way we think it will. You know that. Han stayed fixed on Elena. What if I change my mind? Can you put the cuffs back on? Elena shook her head.
It was hard enough the first time. You'll be much more powerful now than you were then. I won't be able to bind the magic again.
Take a few days to decide, Willow urged. You can come to any of us for counsel. Like any of them but Willow would talk him out of it. Han had to admit the clan reputation for being skilled traders was well earned. He knew what Mam would say. Keep the cuffs, stay with Willow, learn a trade, make an honest living. Stay out of the Bayar's way, play it safe. That's what he should do. But what was he risking, really? Mam and Mary had already paid the price for his stupid mistakes. He'd made a mess of things. That couldn't be undone. But he wasn't the only one to blame. The High Wizard and the Queen and her guard had played a role. The only way he might make them regret what they'd done, might make them think differently about the price of a life, the only way he might make a mark on the world big enough to catch their attention, was to take a chance himself. At that particular moment, he didn't really care what happened to him, which was a good thing, because when he looked ahead, he couldn't really see how he could win this thing. He extended his hands toward Elena. I've already decided. Take them off. He glanced over at Dancer as he said it, and saw the relief mingled with pain and regret on his friend's face.
Hunt's alone, wait,
Willow said. She turned to the others.
This boy has lost his mother and sister within the month. He is in mourning, and he needs time to heal. We shouldn't force him to decide this now. We haven't much time, Elena said. Dancer leaves for Odin's Ford day after tomorrow, and it would be safer if they traveled together. The term begins in a month, and it will take time to travel there, even if they don't encounter trouble along the way. I just don't want him to make a decision he'll regret later, Willow said. It's all right. I've decided, Hans said again, louder. Who's going to do it? He looked from Elena to Lord Averill. Sit down, Elena said abruptly, not looking at Willow. Hans sat on one of the sleeping benches. She brought her carry-bag and sat beside him. Bring the torches closer, she said, and Dancer and Averill obliged. The acrid smoke stung Hans' nose. Digging deep into her deerskin pouch, Elena produced a small parcel. She unfolded the leather covering, revealing a set of delicate silver-working tools. Choosing a hammer and chisel, she pressed Hans' arm down across her bony knees and motioned to Willow. Willow knelt next to them and gripped his right hand hard, holding his wrist steady and looking into his eyes. He looked back, struggling to keep his face blank. Using the jeweler's hammer and chisel, muttering under her breath, Elena tapped along a line of runes engraved in the silver. Fine cracks appeared all along the line, widening as she continued to work. Hans' hand began to tingle, and he wasn't sure if it was the vibration from the multiple blows or magic leaking through. Willow's eyes widened, so maybe she felt it too. Elena stopped abruptly, seized his other hand, and began working on that cuff. It's important that they break together, she said. Otherwise the imbalance might kill you. Han thought of the times he'd asked the clan silversmiths at the market to try removing them, and shuddered. Hold still, Elena said grimly. Before long, the right cuff resembled the left one. Now, Elena said, taking a deep breath, we will break the cuffs. Are you ready, Hansalone? So it was as simple as that, removing the silver he'd worn all his life. Han nodded, suddenly apprehensive, his mouth dry, his palms sweating. What if it killed him? His heart accelerated, as if it were trying to get in as many beats as possible before it stopped. Wait. Willow brought him the cup of rowan tea. Here, drink more of this, just in case. Han drained the cup and set it aside. Willow refilled it, seeming determined to drown him in it, until Elena impatiently motioned her away. Elena slid her thumbs under the two cuffs. With a quick twisting motion, she ripped them away and dropped them on the ground. Hans stared down at his arms. The skin on his wrists was fish-belly pale where the cuffs had blocked the sun. Then heat ripped through him, welling up from within and penetrating all the way to his fingers and toes. If he'd had any doubts about the story he'd been told, it was blasted away in a heartbeat. It reminded Han of the time he'd drunk a cup of Lucius's product on a dare. Lurid images rolled through his brain, colliding behind his eyes. His hair stood on end, and flame rippled over his skin. Sparks dripped from him, burned holes in his shirt, scorched his leggings. He stretched out his arms, thinking he must look like one of the flaming straw men the clan erected at the harvest. What if he set the lodge on fire? It was built of wood, after all. Panicking, he pushed himself up onto his feet and blindly staggered to the door, out into the cool night air. Han heard Elena shout, "Fire Dancer! Go after him! Help him!" Han felt incandescent, illuminated, lighter than he'd ever felt before. He was a flame in a lamp of a body that threatened to dissolve at any moment. He extended his hands, and they glowed in the darkness, bones shining through flesh. Then Dancer gripped his hands, power flowed between them, and that somehow stabilized him. "Blood and bones," Dancer said. "You can't just turn it loose like that. Settle yourself, or you'll burn down the whole camp."
He thrust something hard and cold into Han's hands.
Here, try this. Release it slowly, and this will take it up.
It was the amulet Dancer had been given at his naming ceremony, the clan dancer surrounded by flames. Han took a deep breath, let it out, and focused on the amulet. Magic seemed to flow into the carving through his hands, and the rivulets of flame under his skin died to a trickle. In a matter of minutes, he felt drained and less incendiary.
"Thank you,"
Han whispered, handing the amulet back to Dancer.
"I've learned a few things by trial and error," Dancer said. "You can store magic in these things and save it for later." "Will that cause a problem?" Han asked. "My magic? Your amulet?"
Dancer shrugged.
"I've no idea. I've been working on controlling this for more than a year, but I haven't had any real training."
Dancer's mouth quirked into a smile, the first Han had seen on him since the naming ceremony.
"I think the elders are right. You're much more powerful than me. Either that, or it's been building up since you were a baby."
Han was selfishly glad Dancer shared his predicament, glad he had someone to travel with to Odin's Ford, glad he didn't have to figure this out on his own.
"You'll need to speak with Elena about your amulet," Dancer said. "She'll make something special for you."
What would she make for him, Han wondered. Would he have any choice in the matter? He extended his hands, watching in fascination as tiny flames flickered over his skin. Then some tiny sound, an intake of breath, made him look up into the shadows under the trees. Bird stood there, frozen, a horrified look on her face, and beyond her, Reed Demon Eye, his handsome face hard and wary, as if he'd discovered a viper in the woodpile and was trying to decide how to kill it. And then Han remembered. He had told Bird to wait for him, that they'd go down to the river after the meeting. She must have seen him dripping flame, must have overheard the exchange between him and Dancer. "Bird!" Han called as she turned away. He took a step toward her. "Wait!" But Bird faded silently into the trees. Reed stood staring at him a moment longer, then followed. Later that night, Han lay on his sleeping bench in the matriarch lodge, unable to sleep. Elena had given him a small amulet, a carving of a badger, to use until she could make him one of his own. It rested on his chest, underneath his shirt, but Han paid it little attention. He was acutely conscious of the Demon King's amulet that lay hidden beneath him. It was like someone had built a fire underneath his bed, and it scorched his skin no matter what position he lay in. Finally, he slid his hand underneath the ticking and closed it on the jinx piece. Magic flowed out of him and into the carving, a blessed release. Was this how it was going to be? Was he going to constantly seep magic and have to find a place to put it? Unfamiliar images rolled through his mind. Flames illuminating a battlefield, the clash of soldiers, blood pooling on the ground. A beautiful woman, hands outstretched, weeping, calling, "Alger," and pain, blinding pain. Han released his hold on the amulet and sat up. Those kinds of dreams he could do without. Willow was still out, no doubt planning his future with Averill and Elena. Dancer was asleep. Han could hear his steady breathing from the far side of the lodge. When he heard someone outside the lodge, he thought at first it was Willow returning, but the intruder moved furtively, in stops and starts, and by the time he saw a silhouette in the doorway, Han had his knife in his hand, but hope in his heart. "Bird," he whispered. Maybe she'd come back. Maybe they could talk it over. Maybe— "That you, boy?" A muffled voice came back. It was Lucius. "It's me," Han said, slumping back and sliding his knife under his pillow. "I thought you might still be awake." Lucius shuffled forward, poking in front of him with his staff until he encountered the sleeping bench. He sat down on the edge of it next to Han.
"What do you want?"
Han muttered.
"It's late. Guess you got a lot to think about."
"Guess so."
There was a long pause. Then Lucius whispered,
"You're powerful, boy. I can feel it.
"You remind me of Alger."
He extended a hand cautiously, like he might get burned, and touched Han's arm.
"I'm not Alger,"
Han said, twisting away from Lucius's hand. He'd thought Lucius was his friend, but everyone around him, including Lucius, had withheld the truth.
"You still got that amulet you took off the Bayar boy?"
Lucius asked. The old man tried to act casual, but his hands rattled around in his lap like they did when he was vexed.
"You didn't lose it in the fire, did you?"
"I still have it,"
Han said.
"What about it?"
"You should learn to use it, is all."
"I should pitch it into a mud pot," Han said. "I've had nothing but trouble since I picked the thing up."
"Trouble's gonna come your way regardless," Lucius said. "Might as well have some firepower to deal with it."
"Elena's going to make me an amulet," Han said. "What's wrong with that?"
"Elena wants to control you, just like everybody else. Any amulet she gives you's gonna put you on a leash. That amulet you took is yours by rights."
"Right, and maybe it'll turn me into a demon just like it did Alger Waterlow. Give me delusions."
Han was baiting Lucius on purpose. He just didn't know why. Lucius spat on the ground in answer.
"What's your dog in this fight, anyway?" Han demanded. "I may not like Lord Demon Eye's deal, but at least I get it. What's in this for you?"
"Alger Waterlow was my friend," Lucius said.
"You're his blood."
"The clans won't tell nobody who you really are. You keep your mouth shut too, for now. I don't want to see you betrayed and murdered like he was."
With that, the old man rose and shuffled out. A week later, Raisa Anna Mariana, Princess Heir of the Fells, rode out of Demon Eye Camp on her new mare, renamed Switcher to match the old. Raisa wore the drab brown and green scout colors of the Queen's Guard, and her hair was gathered into a sober braid. With her rode Eamon Byrne, his officer's scarf knotted around his neck, and the other fourth-year cadets who called themselves the Grey Wolves. Altogether, they were a triple of 9, plus 1. The wolf pack swarmed about her like self-important bees, hands on their weapons, glaring into the underbrush as if that alone would ward off an ambush. They'd been told she was the daughter of a Felsian duke traveling under their protection. They took their role quite seriously. Raisa hoped it would wear off before they reached the flatlands. The palace was in a quiet uproar, if such a thing is possible. Once again, the news of Raisa's disappearance was kept close, this time by the Queen, her guard, and her cabinet. Presumably, Queen Mariana was loath to announce that she'd tried to marry the Princess Heir off to a wizard, and the princess had left him at the altar. The guard came out in force, searching city and countryside for any trace of the wayward princess. In meeting with her small cabinet, Queen Mariana expressed concern that the same vicious brigands who had attacked Averil and Eden Byrne might have spirited away her daughter. Per reports from Averil, the Queen was distraught, and Melanie was inconsolable. Raisa was prickled by guilt, but the thought that she could already be married to Micah Bayar dampened it down considerably. She was pleased to hear that Gavin Bayar looked like he wanted to incinerate someone. He just didn't have the right target. Autumn came early in the spirits. A snap in the air said winter wasn't far off. The leaves on the aspens quivered in the northern breeze, glittering gold, raising her spirits. Since her arrival back in court, she had felt like a sheep in a chute, relentlessly driven along a narrowing path to a place she'd never wanted to go. Now, she was leaving the fells for the very first time, descending into the strange flatlands beyond the border. She was well aware of the gravity of the situation. She knew she was taking a risk, yet she couldn't help looking forward to escaping the confines of court life. She might learn more at Odin's Ford than she ever would in the shelter of home. She was adventuring with Eamon again, only it was a new Eamon, more intriguing than the old, representing risks of a different kind. Anything could happen, she thought. It pleased her to think so. Eamon had been oddly standoffish and formal during their time at Demon Eye Camp. They'd spent endless time in meetings with Elena and Averill. When they weren't in meetings, he was drilling her in swordplay, since those weapons weren't used in the upland camps. He'd pull back her shoulders and press in at her waist to improve her stance. He'd slide arms around her and grip her at elbow and wrist to correct her swing. But he might have been attending a horse and dressage. Some days he seemed as dour, as restrained, as tightly controlled as his father. Raisa sweated through grueling practice matches with the wolf pack, while Eamon stood by, barking at her. "Bring it up! Bring the tip up! Don't let him get inside! Move! Move your feet!" She couldn't help it that everyone's reach was longer than hers. She'd work out until she could no longer lift her arms, then fall exhausted into bed. Exhaustion wasn't the only barrier to romance. It almost seemed that Eamon avoided being alone with her. Still, Raisa was a naturally hopeful person. There'd been no more kisses, but that didn't mean there wouldn't be in the future. As if called by her thoughts, Eamon guided his horse up beside hers, the breeze ruffling his dark hair. "I mean to keep moving so we can be well on our way to North Branch Camp by dark. We'll be eating our midday in the saddle. I don't want to call attention to ourselves by arriving in the middle of the night." "Yes, sir," Raisa said, trying to get used to addressing him as her commanding officer. For his part, Eamon seemed to take a certain perverse pleasure in ordering her around. Westgate would be the first test of her disguise. They'd be looking for her at the border of the fens. The notion was thrilling and frightening at the same time. Bending lower over her horse's neck, she kneed Switcher into a canter. At almost the same moment, hundreds of miles to the east, Han Alister and Fire Dancer rode out of Marisa Pine's camp on the sturdy mountain ponies the clan favored. They left unannounced, almost furtively, at a time known only to Han's handlers among the clan. They could go west into the shivering fens and south through Tamron, but that would take them past Demon Eye Camp and the warriors who strenuously disapproved of their mission. So they'd decided to go due south, preferring to take their chances with the roving bandits and festering war in Arden than with the Demon Eye warriors on their home ground. It was the prudent thing to do. Still, Han felt a dull ache of regret, the burden of words unspoken. Bird had left for Demon Eye Camp the night of the intercamp meeting. There was no telling when he'd see her again. The clan had been generous to their new champion. The pony was a gift, as were the saddle and fittings and a clan-made dagger and sword and longbow. Han wore a fine new cloak to turn the rain, and money jingled in the pouch he wore at his waist. Dancer was similarly well arrayed. He was in rare good humor, laughing and joking, making up new names for Han that reflected his exalted status. Names like Wizard Hunter and Wizard's Bane and Sir Hansen Jinxflinger, savior of the clan. Dancer, for one, seemed glad to be leaving Marisa Pines and its whispers behind. Maybe, away from familiar ground, it would be easier to pretend that nothing had changed. Elena's amulet hung from a silver chain around Han's neck, a bow hunter cunningly carved from jasper and jade. He prominently displayed it for everyone to see, but underneath his tunic, the ruby-eyed amulet sizzled against his skin, constantly drinking in magic and storing it away. The pain of his losses was a blade in his heart, but it had dulled with time and use so that he scarcely noticed it. His guilt was another thing, but he'd learned to live with that too. Behind him lay Fellsmarch, a city that had chewed him up and spit him out like a peach pit. He was also leaving behind the upland camps where he'd spent nearly every summer of his boyhood, and the betrayal of the clan who'd withheld the secret of his birthright. Ahead lay the strange flatlands of the south, Odin's Ford, and the teachers who held the keys to the power that had lain dormant inside him for so long. One thing he knew. He was tired of being powerless, helpless to defend himself and those he cared about from the wizards and blue-bloods who ruled the Vale. He meant to change that. That was his agenda, and for now it coincided with the clans. For the first time in a long time, he had a goal, a way forward, and a focus for his restless energy. "Come on, Dancer," he said, feeling optimistic for the first time in days. "Let's see if these ponies can get us to Wayfarer's camp by nightfall."
The End. You've been listening to The Demon King by Cinda Williams-Chima, narrated by Carol Monda, and directed by Erica Jensen. This book is copyrighted 2009 by Cinda Williams-Chima. This recording is copyrighted 2010 by Recorded Books. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.